Chapter 1550. If anyone were to describe the woman in front of him, they would use all the compliments in the world. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she was a goddess who had descended to the mortal world. She was young and beautiful. Her appearance was exceptional, and her figure was curvaceous. She presented a perfect golden ratio and emitted a bewitching radiance. Her every frown and smile could be mischievous and cute. She could make all living things confused and infatuated. She did not need to cultivate any charm techniques. Her beautiful face was the strongest charm technique in the world. But at this moment, such a celestial beauty that could only exist in the heavens and could not exist on earth was being treated by Ziqin as an old woman. Even though the woman had lived for countless years in her previous life and had seen countless experts, her beautiful face still became very ugly at this moment. She lightly gritted her teeth, and her beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent. The once all-powerful holy fairy Ling Shuang was invincible in the autonomous world. Wherever she went, she was followed by a large number of pursuers. When had anyone ever called her an old woman? Women were easily jealous, fickle, and temperamental. When they were angry, they would not recognize anyone. This was especially true for beautiful women who were called old women. They would lose their rationality. Killing intent rose from the bottom of her eyes, but she did not make a move in the end. Not only did she suppress her anger, she even winked at Ziqin and teased Ziqin. Then she spoke again with a soft and gentle voice. "You are my variable. This time, if it weren't for you, I would have definitely lost. In the end, my power would have become someone else's wedding dress, and I would have disappeared here forever, unable to return to my world. Because of you, my power has returned. So, even if you are so disrespectful to me, I still treat you as my savior. I should thank you. No, I must thank you." "How are you going to thank me?" Ziqin's expression was calm, but he had a bad feeling in his heart. "How about giving yourself to me?" The woman's eyes flashed with a trace of craftiness. If this sentence was heard by the alien race who knew her, they would definitely go crazy with anger. If this sentence was directed at them, they would definitely go crazy with joy. However, when Ziqin looked at this peerlessly beautiful woman, he thought that perhaps under this skin was an old face full of wrinkles. Not only did his heart not ripple in the slightest, a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. The woman took in Ziqin's expression and naturally guessed what he was thinking. She couldn't help but show the anger of a little girl. In her anger, she was on the verge of tears as she said bitterly, "Since you don't want me to devote myself to you, then I can only give you a big gift to thank you. That fifth domain realm cultivator is about to arrive, and he has many methods to kill me. If you kill him and obtain his methods, you can control me in the future, and I will naturally become yours." A look of astonishment appeared on Ziqin's face. Then he said angrily, "What? You want me to join that fifth domain realm cultivator in the team?" "Why not, my great benefactor?" The woman glanced at Ziqin bitterly. Ziqin was furious. This was clearly revenge. With his current strength, he only had a 40 to 60 chance of winning against that fifth domain realm cultivator. "Great benefactor, I believe that you are omnipotent. Go." The woman pushed forward, and Ziqin flew out of the hall. The hall door in front of him slowly closed. He was getting further and further away from the woman. The cunning, gloating, and vengeful expression on the woman's face became clearer and clearer in his mind. "Old witch!" The enraged Ziqin finally yelled out before the doors to the palace were completely shut. Then, the moment before the hall door closed, the power in the hall completely boiled. Ziqin couldn't see the woman's flustered and exasperated expression, but he could guess. Immediately, he laughed complacently. Extreme joy begets sorrow. After the overjoyed Ziqin landed, he saw the fifth domain realm cultivator rushing in from the side door. The two of them noticed each other at almost the same time and were stunned. "Who are you?" The fifth domain realm cultivator stared at Ziqin. His eyes were as cold as a poisonous snake's. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I accidentally came here. I'm about to leave now, but I can't find the way out. I hope that the hero can guide me. Zi-Chun hurriedly explained with a smile on his face. In fact, he really didn't want to risk his life against a fifth domain realm cultivator. After all, he might be the one fighting to his death. I accidentally came here and can't find the way out. Upon hearing this, the fifth domain realm cultivator was so angry that he almost laughed. He smiled sinisterly at Zi-Chun and said coldly, "Do you know how great a price I paid to get here? Do you know that many domain realm cultivators have already fallen behind me? They died before reaching here. How did you make it here alive?" "I was accidentally teleported here." Zi-Chun's explanation was very weak and feeble. "Accidentally? I think it's your plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Even if that old fart Zhou Tong has some tricks up his sleeve, how can he deceive my eyes?" The fifth domain realm cultivator smiled sinisterly. "Whether you admit it or not, you'll die today." As soon as he finished speaking, a domain world opened up. The fifth domain realm cultivator was ready to close the door and beat the dog. A 2-meter world space appeared around Zi-Chun, forming a perfect defense. At this point, the two of them were no longer talking nonsense. There was only a battle to the death. Whoosh! The long saber was unsheathed and turned into 2 saber lights. This was the merged saber light, and it was also one of Zi-Chun's most powerful techniques. The 2 saber lights appeared one after another, drawing 2 traces in the fifth domain realm's world and moving forward in a straight line. This was one of Zi-Chun's most powerful techniques. Even the fifth domain realm cultivator couldn't underestimate it. He mobilized a powerful world force and attacked the 2 saber lights. Boom! A powerful force shook the world, and the saber lights were completely destroyed. After the first attack was broken, the second attack appeared. However, it wasn't the saber-drawing technique, but the Thunder King meteorite fist. Behind Zi-Chun, the world seemed to be forcibly torn apart. A huge meteorite exuding the violent power of thunder whizzed out and headed toward the fifth domain realm cultivator. Boom! The sound of an energy explosion was heard again. After all, there was a difference of 3 realms. Zi-Chun's powerful techniques couldn't cause effective damage to the fifth domain realm cultivator. Relying on the world force and the inexhaustible energy, Zi-Chun couldn't escape. He could only repeatedly use these 2 powerful techniques. Although he couldn't hurt the enemy, he could still suppress the fifth domain realm cultivator with continuous attacks. Zi-Chun could be proud of himself for being able to take the initiative in a battle that was 3 realms higher than him. After being attacked by these 2 techniques continuously, the fifth domain realm cultivator was really impatient. He said coldly, "Do you only know these 2 techniques over and over again? So what if it's 2 techniques? If we were at the same level, you would die in 1 technique, let alone 2, Zi-Chun replied, and the saber-drawing technique appeared in his hand again. His understanding of the saber-drawing technique was already very deep. However, due to his realm, he could not use more exquisite moves. If not for this restriction, the saber-drawing technique, which directly reached the 9th domain realm, would definitely be able to kill the other party and make them tremble in fear. Go to hell! The 5th domain realm cultivator could naturally see that these 2 techniques were extraordinary. Since they were at the same level, he believed that he would be the one to die after battle. However, that was just a hypothesis. There was only battle now, no hypotheses. Thus, the 5th domain realm cultivator started to counterattack. He opened his own world. With Zi-Chun's current strength, this world couldn't be blasted open in a short time. With the interference of the 5th domain realm cultivator, Zi-Chun had no way to retreat. In this battle, it was either he killed or he was killed. After the counterattack, Zi-Chun finally witnessed the strength of the 5th domain realm cultivator. Although his opponent's techniques weren't as brilliant as his two techniques and weren't very powerful, his opponent had the advantage of being at a higher realm and having a lot of strength. The battle continued. The two had already exchanged more than 100 attacks, and this number was still increasing. Soon, they had exchanged more than 1,000 attacks. This was almost Zi Chen's limit. His attacks were no longer sharp and had consumed a lot of his energy. On the other hand, the fifth domain realm cultivator wasn't doing much better. He was also using his strongest attacks, which consumed more energy than Zichen. Although his soul was much stronger than Zichen's, Zichen had the advantage of having a purer soul. Bang! Zichen was sent flying with a single blow. There was a difference of 3 realms between the two, and the first one to give up was Zichen. The world light shroud around him flickered a few times and then disappeared. Zichen's world wasn't broken through, but it became very weak and concealed itself. This was one of the great benefits of the perfect world. If it was any other domain realm, it would have been destroyed long ago. The fifth domain realm cultivator's world wasn't as stable as before, but it had no problem trapping Zichen. Zichen stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He held his saber and charged toward the fifth domain realm cultivator, instantly unsheathing his saber. The dazzling saber light that appeared was destroyed once again. The energy rushed toward Zichen like a dragon and sent Zichen flying. Zichen started coughing up blood. The fifth domain realm cultivator's eyes were filled with disbelief. He had actually fought with a second domain realm cultivator for so long. Normally, he would be able to kill a second domain realm cultivator with a single slap. However, the guy in front of him was too difficult to kill. Not to mention a second domain realm cultivator. Even an ordinary cultivator of the same realm would be killed by him after fighting for so long. Fortunately, this strange guy didn't have any other tricks up his sleeves. He could only take the beating passively. Zichen was sent flying again and again, coughing up blood. However, he had a tenacious vitality and stood up again and again. In the end, Zichen no longer had the strength to fight back. He didn't even have the strength to move. He could only stand on the spot, motionless. After being sent flying and coughing up blood, he slowly stood up and waited for the fifth domain realm cultivator to continue attacking. However, the fifth domain realm cultivator couldn't kill Zichen even after dozens of long-range attacks. This was because Zichen's physical body was equivalent to a perfect second grade king level spiritual weapon. The fifth domain realm cultivator had completely lost his patience. If he continued to fight like this, he would be the first to give up. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. He had made up his mind to kill his opponent in one move. He charged toward Zichen and prepared to cut off his opponent's head at close range to end this battle once and for all. Poof! He charged in front of Zichen, and the sound of a sharp weapon piercing through flesh was heard. The fifth domain realm cultivator's eyes widened abruptly, filled with disbelief. At this moment, Zichen's lifeless eyes suddenly turned sharp. Chapter 1551. The eyes of the fifth stage domain realm cultivator, who was Dongqing's master, were filled with disbelief. Zichen had used all his strength to extinguish his opponent's life when his chest was pierced through. At this moment, he wanted to look down and see what it was that could break through his impenetrable defense, but he couldn't do it. He couldn't muster any strength in his body. He could only stare at Zichen with wide eyes and mutter, "You!" Before he could finish a sentence, his body tilted backward. However, the moment his life disappeared, he saw the second stage domain realm cultivator who had somehow killed him fall backward first. Therefore, a trace of relief appeared on his disbelieving face. A powerful fifth stage domain realm cultivator had died just like that. Even though Zichen didn't die, his condition wasn't much better than if he had died, because he had consumed too much of his power, and because of his severe injuries, The outsider power that he hadn't fully refined erupted once again. Zichen wasn't sure whether the alien power had completely devoured Zichen this time. He slowly closed his eyes. Just before he completely lost consciousness, a faint fragrance seemed to enter his nose. A beautiful woman in white appeared beside Zichen. She lowered her head and looked at Zichen, sizing him up. She had been watching the battle from beginning to end. Now that she appeared, there was still a trace of surprise on her beautiful face. Zichen had already fainted, and the alien power was wreaking havoc in his body. The 5th stage domain realm cultivator was already dead, but the domain realm he had propped up didn't disappear for some reason. The woman turned around and glanced at the weapon that had killed the 5th stage domain realm cultivator. Her expression was unreadable as she muttered, "So it was that weapon. I didn't expect him to die too." The alien power in Zichen's body had completely erupted, and it looked like it was about to completely devour Zichen. She sighed and said, "It's rare to see someone with such perfect nomological power. It's a pity that he died just like that." As soon as she finished speaking, a ball of light emitting holy light appeared in front of her. The woman waved her hand, and a quarter of the light ball's power was drawn out. This power slowly flowed into Zichen's body. This power exuded a holy light, just like the divine healing technique used by the gods in the legends. The power fused into Zichen's body and began to heal Zichen's injuries, unblocking the blocked meridians in Zichen's body. This power was like a general who had been on the battlefield for a long time, leading his troops in an orderly manner on a chaotic battlefield. The berserk power in Zichen's body gradually calmed down, slowly rotating, and then completely fusing into Zichen's body. Zichen, who had obtained the spirit domain core and the perfect domain seed, could be said to have obtained a great fortune. Now, with the help of the strange power contained in the perfect domain seed, Zichen had obtained a fortune that was no less great than the great fortune he had obtained. As long as this power completely fused into his body, Zichen's realm would advance by leaps and bounds. However, this way, no one could tell whether the sober Zichen was a human or an alien. This was because the 2 types of power in his body were clearly not in harmony. At this moment, the 5-domain world collapsed, turning into fragments. During this time, a lot of domain power surged violently. Whether it was the surging power or the fragments, they all gathered toward Zichen. Zichen's body became a black hole, crazily devouring this power. The power contained in the 5-domain world was naturally enormous. This way, the 2 types of power could be balanced. The beautiful woman had disappeared, and she didn't see any subsequent changes. She didn't know if it was a coincidence that Zichen could achieve a balance between the 2 types of power. The alien power entered Zichen's body, bringing along even more alien power to open up the meridians in his body. After refining Zichen's body, it entered Zichen's abdomen. Although Zichen now had the power of a world, abdomen was still his foundation. When the alien power entered abdomen, it emitted a holy light and gathered alone, hugging into a ball. In another place in his dantian was the unique power of yin and yang that Zichen had cultivated. Within this power of yin and yang, there were flashes of various colors. These were the top nomological laws that Zichen had comprehended before. In addition, in Zichen's abdomen, there was a 3rd ball of light. This ball of light formed a perfect circle, just like the circle formed by the yin and yang power. This was another perfect law that Zichen had obtained after obtaining a great fortune. It was the only law of heaven and earth that existed in this world. On one side was the yin and yang power, on the other side was the heaven and earth power, and on the other side was the alien power. These 3 types of power gathered in Zichen's abdomen, forming a triangle and opposing each other. The confrontation didn't last long before the alien race took action. The alien race's power transformed into the alien race's law. This law was domineering and gentle with a pure and holy aura. Clearly, it was a top-tier law. The heaven and earth power also turned into the heaven and earth law in an instant. It was incomparably vast, like the boundless expanse of heaven and earth, like an indomitable expert. Relatively speaking, the several top laws formed by the yin and yang power were too weak in front of these two types of laws. Therefore, as soon as the battle began, the laws formed by the yin and yang power were defeated. After being defeated, they were directly integrated into the heaven and earth, becoming a kind of heaven and earth. With the injection of other laws, the heaven and earth law was filled. Although it wasn't perfect, it was extremely powerful. After that, these two types of laws began to fight in Zichen's abdomen. Zichen, who had turned into a black hole, had already absorbed all the power of the fifth domain. Then his body began to emit light, surging with various kinds of aura. Sometimes it was extremely domineering, sometimes it was very gentle, sometimes it was extremely oppressive, and sometimes it was like the strongest of heaven and earth. This was the result of the two types of laws clashing, trying to devour each other. The peerlessly beautiful woman had already left. If she was lucky enough to see this scene, perhaps her expression wouldn't be as calm as before. With the death of the fifth domain, all means to restrain the woman also disappeared. The woman came out of the hall and walked toward the corridor outside the hall. Then she saw some domains who were fighting desperately to advance. When the group of domain realm experts suddenly saw a woman, they were all stunned by her beautiful face. She didn't use any seduction techniques. Her appearance was the strongest seduction technique in the world. Therefore, these stunned fellows were all killed by the restriction attacks that were several times more powerful. However, before they died, their eyes were glazed over and filled with fanaticism. As far as the eye could see, there were corpses everywhere. Only then did a smile appear on the woman's face. She reached out her jade-like hand and slowly stroked her cheek. The confidence that she had almost lost earlier had returned. Only that guy doesn't know how to flirt. The woman laughed cheerfully. The world lost its color, and the brilliance of the sun and moon dimmed. At this moment, it was as if she was the only person in the world. On this day, a nameless Xing-Qin shone brightly. In the eyes of the cultivators of the Tianwu continent, there seemed to be another bright Xing-Qin between heaven and earth. The saintess of the sacred star, Ling Shuang, had awakened in the land of exile. Boom! With the pool as the center, the ground within a radius of 1,000 miles collapsed. A violent force swept out. The realms spectating the battle, as well as the domains guarding the pool, were all swept away by the violent force. After Ling Shuang awakened, all life within a radius of 1,000 miles disappeared. The only one alive was Zichen. Ling Shuang had awakened, but her battle prowess had not recovered. Therefore, she returned to the main hall and began to refine the sacred light ball. Once her battle prowess was fully awakened, the Shentian prefecture of the Jianwu continent would have another terrifying race that even the prefecture Lord feared. It would still take a long time for Ling Shuang to fully awaken. As for the power in Zichen's body, it would also take a long time to determine who was better. Zichen's body was still glowing. From his body and surroundings, it was difficult to see the changes in time. It was as if time had returned to its original state. In the outside world, time passed by quickly. In the residence of the Shentian prefecture lord, the chessboard was still there, but the two people playing it had disappeared. On the chessboard, the black horse that had intruded had changed and was slowly going into hibernation. The black chessboard, which was originally a dead end, was now active. Many of the moves that the white chessboard had set up gradually lost their effect. How is it? A middle-aged man with a resolute face stood above the ruins. He looked at the ruins and asked, "Without a doubt, the world is about to have another expert." A folding fan appeared in the elegant, middle-aged man's hand, and he waved it slightly. "Can't you divine who it is?" the middle-aged man asked again. "It doesn't matter who it is. Prefecture Lord, You want to know the identity now. I'm afraid you're being too hasty. It's not good, the middle-aged man said lightly. All right. As soon as they finished speaking, the two figures disappeared. In the next moment, they were already beside the chessboard. Wonderful. What a wonderful move. With a single glance, the mansion master saw the changes on the chessboard. A large portion of the originally dead black chess pieces had come to life. The hibernating black horses surged with a pitch-black light, which had already drowned out a large portion of the white chess pieces. Congratulations, Prefecture Lord. The black horse is hibernating. This is a sign that it is about to turn into a dragon. The elegant middle-aged man was overjoyed when he saw the chessboard. The Prefecture Lord nodded and said, Not bad. My previous action was not in vain. There were 108 cities under the Shantian Prefecture. All of them were waiting for the competition to begin. Many of them had already found out about the current situation in Huping City. It could be said that Huping City was extremely lucky. Once it participated in the competition, its ranking would definitely drop. At that moment, all the forces were calculating how to maximize their own benefits and how to divide the spots in Huping City. Just like that, 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 10 years, the two forces only cared about fighting and devouring each other. Zi Chen's cultivation did not increase at all. After fighting for 10 years, neither of the two forces managed to devour the other. Instead, they were both injured and extremely weak. It could be seen that the foreign race's law was not weaker than the laws of the world. Chapter 1552. The Heaven and Earth Law and the Foreign Race Law had been fighting for 10 years. During these 10 years, both laws had consumed a lot of energy, but there was no clear winner. In the end, both sides suffered. At that moment, a third law appeared. This law was one of the top laws that had been easily devoured by the Heaven and Earth Law. However, for some reason, it broke away from the control of the Heaven and Earth Law. After breaking away, they gathered together and turned into the power of Yin and Yang. Then, the power of Yin and Yang transformed into a new law. This new law was the strongest law that Zi Chen had comprehended: destruction. The destruction law was unique in the world. It belonged to Zi Chen alone. When Zi Chen had comprehended this law, his original intention had been to destroy all the laws in the world. After the destruction law appeared, it rushed toward the weak foreign race law. A beam of light shot out from the destruction law as if it was performing the saber drawing technique. The light turned into a saber beam and slashed down, cutting the foreign race law in half. The foreign race law wanted to fuse again, but the destructive power in the beam of light had already seeped into it. Before fusing, it had to be expelled first. Perhaps it would be relatively easy to expel it when it was intact, but now that this power had become very weak, it was extremely difficult to expel it. The destruction law that Zi Chen had comprehended had a very strong offensive power. After one attack, several attacks appeared, directly cutting the foreign race law into pieces. After completely losing the initiative, the rule breaker rushed forward like a vicious wolf and immediately devoured all of the alien laws. When the Heaven and Earth Law saw that the foreign race law was devoured in a few attacks, it was clearly frightened and turned to flee. However, this was Zi Chen's sealed abdomen. Where could it escape to? The destruction of the natural order quickly caught up, followed by another round of light slashing. Even the incomparably vast and magnanimous natural order of the world could not escape the fate of being scattered everywhere. This law was like the nemesis of all the laws in the world. It was also like a treasured saber that could cut through iron like mud. There was nothing it could not break. After the Heaven and Earth Law was cut apart, it was devoured by the destruction law that rushed forward. Whether it was the Heaven and Earth Law or the Foreign Race Law, they were all outsiders to Zi Chen. Only this destruction law truly belonged to Zi Chen. Relatively speaking, the destruction law that had been following Zi Chen had already gained intelligence. Therefore, it showed weakness at first and then attacked later. If the destruction law had shown its strong offensive power at the beginning, it would definitely be suppressed and devoured by the two powerful laws. After all, both laws were extraordinary. Now, there was only one law left in Zi Chen's body, the destruction law. However, there were two more rules in the destruction rule. As the two rules merged, the destruction rule also underwent some kind of transformation. The laws of the destruction law, the laws of the heaven and earth, law of the destruction heaven and earth, his realm and body strength were also undergoing a transformation. Zi Chen's great creation of the great awakening of heaven-earth's great creation realm. Zi Chen would refine the world energy of the fifth stage domain and a quarter of the holy light ball's energy and integrate them into his body. Zi was earth a heaven's heaven and earth heaven of the great heaven and earth of heaven and cultivation. Upon entering Huping City, one could see the tallest statue of Zi Chen in the city. His eyes were calm and wise, and his figure was imposing. Behind the statue was a palace dedicated to recording Zi Chen's achievements. Every day, cultivators came to visit and learn about Zi Chen's glorious deeds, especially what had happened in the prefecture realm, where a dozen people had dared to attack a 10,000-strong domain realm army. The cultivators who came to visit were all shocked. In particular, there were experts from other cities in the team that led the team. There were even 3 titled experts among them. This was what the cultivators of Huping City were most proud of. In the past, we were 108, but so what? Zi Chen, who was in 108, had become the leader of all the forces and experts. He led them to kill the enemy, and no one dared to disobey him. It had been decades since the prefecture realm closed. Zi Chen, who had not shown up all this time, had not been forgotten. Instead, he had become even more famous. Almost all the young people in the city saw Zi Chen as a role model. The families in the city were also grateful to Zi Chen. In particular, the disciples of the families who were lucky enough to follow Zi Chen into the prefecture realm were extremely grateful to Zi Chen. Although these disciples had died, they had brought great benefits to the families. There were many immortal, king-level battle skill inheritances. With the support of these battle skills, the itinerant cultivators who had broken through to the domain realm were the first to consider joining those families. After decades of development, middle domain realm cultivators could be seen everywhere in Huping City. The major forces could summon hundreds or even thousands of domain realm cultivators with a casual call. The changes that had happened in just a few decades were naturally due to Zi Chen and the others who had entered the prefecture realm. However, the crowd had not seen Wu Xie and the others since they had met them decades ago. These people were still in seclusion, and they had been in seclusion for decades. City Lord Mu Feng arrived at Hunter's castle early and sat in the hall. The tea in his cup had already turned cold, but he did not seem to notice it. He gently placed the cup to his lips, looking uneasy. Lord Wu arrived after hearing the news, and Mu Feng immediately stood up. In Huping City, Mu Feng's position as city lord was not as high as that of the elderly Lord Wu. This was because Hunter's castle, which was controlled by the latter, carried the hopes of the entire city. Fortunately, Lord Wu was usually very easygoing. He did not care about who had a higher position. The two of them got along very well. "How is it?" City Lord Mu Feng asked when he saw Lord Wu enter. Lord Wu shook his head and said, "They are still in seclusion. No one has come out." Disappointment immediately appeared on Mu Feng's face. He then said, 50 years. They have been in seclusion for 50 years. I really don't know how much they have improved." Lord Wu said, "I am also looking forward to it. However, they have been in seclusion for so long. The closer they are to the end, the more critical it will be. It is best that we do not disturb them." Mu Feng nodded to show that he understood. Lord Wu asked curiously, "Has the time been set?" Mu Feng shook his head and said, "Not yet, but there is news that it will happen within a year." "Is the news reliable?" "It came from Shuntian City." There should be no problem. Lord Wu was stunned when he heard this. He then sighed and said, "It seems that they still care a lot about Zichen. It is a pity that Zichen has not appeared for 50 years. I am really looking forward to seeing Zichen appear in the arena and face off against his former subordinates." Mu Feng smiled bitterly and said, "Don't get your hopes up. My goal this time is not to fall too far in the rankings. Although those people are friends with Zichen, the main force in this competition is at the 6th domain realm. Our Huping City does not have any young people at the 6th domain realm. The only condition to participate in the competition was to be below the 7th domain realm. When the competition started, the main force would be at the 6th domain realm. There were even some existences at the peak of the 6th domain realm. This was the foundation of the big cities. Huping City had just been promoted, so this foundation was the only thing it lacked. Their only hope now was Wu Xie's group of 6. However, they did not know how much Wu Xie and the others had improved after being in seclusion for more than 50 years. Since he did not get the result he wanted, Mu Feng could only return to the city, Lord Mansion, first. 7 months later, news spread to Huping City that the competition would be held 1 year later. Every city had 5 slots and 5 tokens were issued. Only 5 people could enter Shantian Prefecture with the tokens. This meant that only 5 people could participate in the competition. After receiving the news, Mu Feng left the city lord mansion and headed to Hunter's castle again. He had been going to Hunter's castle frequently in the past 7 months. The time was right, but the few of them had not come out of seclusion. Mu Feng was obviously worried. Buzz. Just as he arrived at Hunter's castle, Mu Feng sensed a wave of energy trembling. This trembling came from the place where Wu Xie and the others were in seclusion. Mu Feng guessed the reason for the trembling, and his face immediately lit up with joy. Obviously, someone had come out of seclusion among the few of them. The moment the trembling spread, the group of higher-ups instantly arrived outside the seclusion grounds. In front of them, 6 stone doors were tightly shut. This was the best cultivation room that Hunter's castle could provide, including Lord Wu. The group of higher-ups waited outside for half an hour before one of the stone doors slowly opened. The first person to walk out of the stone door was Shangguan Hong, who was out of everyone's expectations. Her body emitted a faint green glow, surging with vitality. Just as she walked out of the stone door and saw the group of people, a look of surprise immediately appeared in her eyes, before she quickly bowed towards the few higher-ups. A rare look of discomfort appeared in the eyes of the few higher-ups, because at least 3 or 4 of them were unable to sense the energy fluctuations around Shangguan Hong. This also meant that Shangguan Hong's realm had already surpassed theirs. 5th heavenly layer. After 50 years of seclusion, she has actually broken through to the 5th heavenly layer. This breakthrough speed is truly heaven-defying. After sensing Shangguan Hong's realm, Mu Feng and Lord Wu were extremely shocked. What? 5th heavenly layer? When the others heard this, they were immediately stunned. They had cultivated for their entire lives, yet had never stepped into the 5th heavenly layer. However, Shangguan Hong had advanced to this realm in just 50 years of seclusion. This comparison was truly infuriating. Shangguan Hong was the only one who had come out of seclusion, so the following matters regarding the grand competition could only be discussed with Shangguan Hong. After Mu Feng said that there were only 5 slots, they asked Shangguan Hong to consider which 5 people should be sent. Shangguan Hong practically didn't even think about it before she said, Zichen, Wu Xie, Manshur, and Dongqing. Mu Feng was stunned before he reminded her, Zichen, but he hasn't returned yet. Shangguan Hong said, for this matter, the most suitable person is Zichen. When the grand competition begins, the entire Shantian Prefecture should be discussing this matter. If Zichen is still alive after hearing the news, he will definitely go and participate. Mu Feng and Lord Wu looked at each other, before they both nodded. Indeed, this kind of matter could only be participated by young people. They couldn't possibly send an old higher-up to participate. There was still a year before the start of the grand competition, and in the following year they would wait for the others to come out of seclusion. Chapter 1553. Those who came back alive from the underworld had a huge amount of lucky points. Even though the old man had increased the price of the lucky points by 10 times, they were still able to buy a lot of good stuff. When Man Sure and the rest left, the old man had personally given them some compensation. Therefore, during the process of seclusion, they were constantly stimulating their powerful bloodline and comprehending the inheritance that was truly suitable for them. It could be said that they were like higher life forms stimulating their own potential. During the process, their realms would naturally increase. When Man Sure finished his seclusion and walked out of the cultivation room, he was also at the 5th stage domain realm. A strong aura surged around him. In the past 50 years, his mountain spirit body had improved greatly. In the end, he had even comprehended his own mountain spirit law. 2 months later, Wu Xie and Dong Qing came out of seclusion one after another. As expected, both of them had broken through to the 5th stage domain realm. Wu Xie looked increasingly evil. His immortal body had been completely stimulated. Now, it would be extremely difficult for anyone to kill Wu Xie who had the immortal body. Dong Qing had become a true beast tamer. Her spiritual senses were as strong as the sea, surging and surging. She could completely defeat those of the same level. The 4 of them came out of seclusion one after another and gathered together. Surprisingly, their words were in agreement. The first place for the competition was Zichen's. No one could take it away. This was the only way they could hope to see Zich in return. Since their realms had increased by several levels, they were looking forward to meeting Zichin. As for the twins, they had not come out of seclusion yet. However, the 2 of them had obviously lost the qualification to participate in this competition. Because it was a grand competition, the array masters would not be given time to set up the array. Therefore, in a one-on-one battle, the array masters would be at a disadvantage. Shang Guanhong went home to accompany her parents. The other 3 were stabilizing their realms and familiarizing themselves with the combat power after breaking through. Soon, 2 months passed. There was still half a year before the grand competition. According to Mu Feng, he wanted everyone to head to the Shantian prefecture in advance to familiarize themselves with the environment there. However, he was rejected by Wu Xie. According to Wu Xie, he didn't want to see those ugly faces so soon. There was still a month before the grand competition. Wu Xie's group of 4 took the 5 entry tokens and set off. In every major city of the Shantian prefecture, there was a teleportation array. This teleportation array was only accessible to those in the domain realm. It led directly to various places in the 108 cities. However, not everyone could activate a teleportation array just because they wanted to. The prerequisite for teleportation was that both teleportation arrays had to be activated. In the entire Shantian prefecture, only the number 1 city, Shantian City, had a transmission array that led directly to the Shantian prefecture. Therefore, the 4 people's first stop was Shantian City. As the brilliance of the teleportation formation surged, the 4 people who were responsible for the entire Huping City disappeared. After appearing, the 4 of them arrived at the number 1 city of Shantian prefecture, Shantian City. The spirit qi in this city was much denser than in Huping City. Occasionally, there would be sparkling and translucent rainbow-colored crystals floating in the sky above the city. Those were spirit qi crystals. There was an old man standing next to the teleportation array. As soon as the 4 of them appeared, the old man stepped forward and asked, "May I ask if you are here to participate in the competition?" Wu Xie took out the token in his hand and said politely, "Yes." "Senior, where are we going next?" "Where are you from, young friend?" the old man asked again. "Huping City," Wu Xie said. There was a hint of surprise in the old man's eyes. He looked at the four of them again and said with a kind smile, "So, you are friends from Huping City. My young master specially told me that if you are from Huping City, you can look for him first." Wu Xie asked, "May I know who your young master is?" The old man said proudly, Shantian Dao, "Oh, then please lead the way, senior." In the domain prefecture, Zichen had a very good relationship with several titled sovereigns. Wu Xie and the others were not bad either. It would be good to meet Shantian Dao in Shantian City. Under the old man's lead, Wu Xie and the other three people arrived at a magnificent castle. The castle was like a palace, solemn and dignified. Everywhere they passed, there was a sentry every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. Moreover, there were all domain realm experts stationed there. This castle was even bigger than the hunter's castle in Huping City. Man sure asked curiously, "What is this castle? Is it the hunter's castle?" The old man smiled and said, "Young friend, you are very humorous. How can this be the hunter's castle? This is just my young master's residence." When the 4 of them heard this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Shantian Dao's residence alone was bigger than the hunter's castle in Huping City. The difference between the two was too great. When they arrived at the depths of the castle, the 4 people heard hearty laughter before they could enter a hall. The old man stood outside the hall and said respectfully, "Young master, the people from Huping City are here." "Oh, they are here." Shantian Dao stopped laughing and came to the front of the hall. When he saw that there were only 4 people, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. In the end, he did not make it. However, Shantian Dao quickly smiled and said, "We have been waiting for you for a long time. You are finally here. Come in quickly." The 4 people did not stand on ceremony and walked straight into the hall. The decorations in the hall were not luxurious. The furnishings inside looked simple and natural. When they arrived at the hall, there were other people sitting there and chatting. When the 4 of them arrived, the others also looked at them one after another, their eyes filled with undisguised curiosity. After all, the biggest beneficiary of the trip to the Manor Realm was Huping City. The city's ranking rose by dozens of places. During this time, many forces were not convinced and went to Shantian Prefecture to reason. It was unreasonable for the city's ranking to rise by dozens of places. It was also at that time that they learned about what Huping City's Zichen had done in the Manor Realm. They were shocked. After learning about the battle in the Nether Realm from others, everyone was in disbelief. That was because it was clearly an impossible mission, but Zichen had done it. The battle seemed to have no chance of winning. But not only did Zichen win, but he also minimized the losses. Apart from Zichen, the other people in Huping City were also very famous. Wu Xie had vertical pupils and looked very evil. He followed behind Shantian Dao. Man Sure had a tall stature, and the contours of his muscles were obvious. He walked with steady steps, like a moving mountain. Shang Guanhong and Dong Qing were at the back of the group. Both of them had their own merits, and were equally matched in terms of looks and looks. While everyone was sizing up Wu Xie and the other 3 people, the 4 of them also looked forward and immediately saw some familiar people. There was the fortune teller, who was actually young, but looked like a middle-aged man. There was Hidden Fog, who did not look much younger than the fortune teller. There was Dark Mantle, who wore a black robe and had a pair of blood-red eyes. There was Jean Qingqing, who was wearing a golden robe and had a gorgeous appearance. Since Jean Qingqing was here, there was naturally the annoying Yiming. Apart from Yiming, the other familiar people immediately had joy on their faces when they saw the 4 of them. They all went up to greet them. The atmosphere, which was already lively, became even livelier because of the 4 of them. Seeing Jean Qingqing, who had always been serious, hugged Shang Guanhong and Dong Qing with a smile at the moment, Yiming could not help but think of that person. He was furious. Subsequently, he said in a sarcastic tone, "Oh, I didn't expect all of you to have improved so much in just a few decades. I really don't know what kind of *T luck you have." Wu Xie glanced at Yi Ming. The latter's words were harsh, but there was clearly surprise in his eyes that could not be erased. He was not angry. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, "I've made a great contribution in the manor world and gained a great advantage. Fortunately, my cultivation level has increased. If it weren't for the start of the battle, I really planned to break through to the 9th domain before coming out of closed-door cultivation." Wu Xie had a regretful expression on his face as he spoke. How could Yi Ming believe what Wu Xie said? There was disdain in his eyes immediately as he said in disdain, "You're boasting shamelessly. Do you think you're worthy of the 9th domain? There are 5 spots for the battle this time. Why are there only 4 people from Huping City here? Could it be that you can't find a 5th person? That's why the 4 of you are here to embarrass yourselves." Man Shi glanced at Yi Ming and said in a low, muffled voice, "I'm the 5th person. Our first person, Ziqin, isn't here yet." Yi Ming was stunned when he heard that. His expression changed, and he lost his composure as he said, "Didn't Ziqin die long ago? Why is there a spot?" Yi Ming would definitely lose his composure when Ziqin was mentioned because he had embarrassed himself too much in front of Ziqin. Shangguan Hong said coldly, "Even if you, Yi Ming, die 10 times, Ziqin won't die even once." Yi Ming did not fall out with Shangguan Hong in front of everyone. He merely smirked and said, "It's been so many years since we last met. Shangguan Hong, you're still so infatuated. It's unfortunate that the person you're infatuated with is dead. You're still so devoted to a dead person. I really pity you." Shangguan Hong glanced at Yi Ming in disdain, but she did not bother to talk to him anymore. Dong Qing did not want to be outdone. He smiled softly and said, "We firmly believe that Ziqin isn't dead. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not." "Oh yeah. Didn't you say that you're going to marry Qingqing when we left the manor realm? Are you 2 married? Why are you standing so far away? Could it be that you think you're not good enough for Qingqing? Is that why you didn't dare to mention marriage, because you're ashamed?" That hit Yi Ming's sore spot. After he returned, he was really angry about what happened in the manor realm. He went to the Jin clan to propose marriage with 70% sincerity and 30% anger. He was very sincere when he went, but he did not see Jin Qingqing. According to the Jin clan, Jin Qingqing went into closed-door cultivation as soon as she returned. The Jin clan seemed to be dissatisfied with him as well. Their attitude was neither cold nor warm, which almost drove Yi Ming crazy. Yi Ming had almost become a joke in Golden Leaf City now. "Dong Qing, it's good that you and I know this. Why do you have to say it in front of so many people? Who is Yi Ming? How can he be good enough for Qingqing? Even if Qingqing is going to marry someone, she should marry someone as responsible as Ziqin," Shangguan Hong mocked. Heaven calculating Dao and the others laughed. Yi Ming was furious and wanted to attack immediately. Chapter 1554. Yi Ming's face turned pale from the 2 ladies' words. If he were to attack the 2 of them in front of so many people, Yi Ming would probably lose all of his dignity. Now he finally knew what would happen if he offended women. There were a few strangers in the hall. They came from other cities that were ranked at the top, and they were all on level 5 domain. Since Shantian Dao was there, Yi Ming shut his mouth sensibly. Otherwise, he would be humiliated if he continued to pester them. Later on, apart from Yi Ming, who was upset, the rest chatted happily. The servants served tea and snacks, and they chatted while eating. Halfway through, the fortune teller asked, "Has Ziqin returned to Huping City?" The few of them shook their heads, and their expressions became unnatural. The fortune teller said in confusion, "That shouldn't be the case. My master did a divination for Ziqin. He said that Ziqin must be alive. Theoretically, he should have returned to Huping City a long time ago." Man sure looked at the fortune-teller and asked, "Your master did the divination. Is it accurate?" The rest looked over almost instinctively when they heard Zi Chen's name. They could not help but shake their heads and laugh when they heard what Man sure said. The fortune-teller said while forcing a smile, "My master is the previous fortune-teller. He did the divination himself. Do you think it's accurate?" The people seemed to have taken a tranquilizer as soon as he said that. Yi Ming looked rather terrible. The previous fortune-teller was almost like a living god. How could his words not count? Never had he thought that Man sure would shake his head again after thinking about it for a moment. Your divination skill isn't that great to begin with. Like disciple, like master. Of course, I don't believe you. However, I believe in Zi Qin and that soul jade slip. He must be alive. The people laughed out loud. The fortune-teller smiled in an unconcerned manner. At night, Shantian Dao hosted a banquet. The people from the top 5 cities who were participating in the competition this time were all there. There were over 20 of them. Unlike what the upper echelons of Huping City had guessed earlier, the cultivators who came this time, including those from Darkness City and Golden Leaf City, were all on level 5. They were not on level 6 as they had guessed earlier. Of course, even if they were at the 5th heavenly layer, their battle prowess was not any weaker than a 6th heavenly layer. After taking their seats, everyone looked at the 4 people from Huping Cheng with astonishment on their faces. Their city was ranked at the top and had a strong foundation. It was not difficult for them to push Yi Ming, the fortune-teller, and the rest to the 5th level. However, what did Huping City, which had just advanced, have? They were actually able to push all 4 of them to the 5th layer of heaven. This was very surprising. During this time, Wu Xie asked about the doubts in his heart. Why didn't they send some 6th heavenly layer cultivators? One had to know that although these top-ranked 5th heavenly layer cultivators were able to fight 6th heavenly layer cultivators, the 6th heavenly layer cultivators that were dispatched were naturally able to fight 7th heavenly layer cultivators. Furthermore, since these people were chosen to participate in the competition, they were naturally all experts. And this time it was the gathering of the strongest under the 7th level of the entire Shantian prefecture. This matter was still considered a secret to some of the other powers, but to the people present it was not a big deal. The fortune-teller said with a smile, "The competition this time is a little different from the past. It's said that before the competition, there will be a small test. Some of the powers that receive the news in advance have sent out 5th domain cultivators." Test? What test? Man sure moved his head closer and asked curiously. The fortune-teller shook his head with a smile and said, "I don't know at the moment." Man sure glared and said, "You don't even know how to calculate." "I'm not sure. It's said that there will be an opportunity." Man sure chuckled and said, "It's good that there's an opportunity." The group stayed at Shantian Dao's place for 3 whole days. During these 3 days, they met some familiar faces one after another. Their cities were ranked at the top, and they were all 5th domain cultivators. Clearly, they had all received the news. 3 days later, the group left the castle and prepared to head to the mysterious Shantian prefecture. Shantian prefecture was the most prosperous place in this area. It was also the paradise of all domain cultivators. Everyone, including Shantian Dao, headed to Shantian prefecture. After the competition, the final winner would undoubtedly be famous in Shantian prefecture. Next, some experts would stay at Shantian prefecture. In the future, that would be the stage for them to display their skills. The people of Shantian City opened the transportation array to Shantian prefecture for the group. When the group stepped into the array, under a ruin hundreds of millions of miles away from Shantian prefecture, a young man who had been in a deep sleep for decades slowly opened his eyes. The young man's eyes were lifeless when he opened them. After a while, he came back to his senses, and his eyes flashed with a bright light. "I'm not dead." His eyes flashed as he stood up and looked around. He was surrounded by an empty space. Where is this? He looked around but couldn't find any familiar scene. I killed a 5th domain cultivator in the end. I couldn't suppress the alien power in my body any longer, and it completely erupted. Did I survive another calamity? The young man turned around and saw the flashing dragon spike floating beside him. He put away the dragon spike and then remembered to sense the alien power in his body. When he used his spiritual perception, the young man was surprised to find that the enormous alien power in his body had completely disappeared. Why is the alien power in my body gone? My cultivation level. How is this possible? Immediately after, the young man was stunned when he sensed his own cultivation level. The peak of the 4th domain realm. My cultivation level has actually risen to the peak of the 4th domain realm. What exactly happened during this period? While he was puzzled, a world appeared behind the young man. It was a domain world with a radius of 60 miles. In this domain world, there was sunlight, the 5 elements, and surging vitality. If you added in some other life forms, this would be a real world. The young man was Zi-Chin. He didn't know what had happened after he fainted, but based on his current senses, he knew that he had obtained a great opportunity. Not only had the alien power in his body completely disappeared, but it had also perfectly fused with his body and his domain world. When Zi-Chan had been in the domain realm, he had felt a little awkward every time he opened his domain world. It was as if the laws in it had clashed with each other. However, this time, as the domain world behind Zi-Chan opened, he could feel that all the powers could fuse together. As long as he used his spiritual perception, Zi-Chen's perfect domain world would turn into a type of law, which was the destruction law. Although he didn't know how these laws had fused with the destruction law, he could feel that the destruction law had become increasingly powerful. Sensing the changes in his body, Zi-Chan was no longer surprised. Instead, he calmed down and quietly sensed the changes in his body. After a while, Zi-Chan opened his eyes. He was very satisfied with the changes. You're only at the peak of the 4th domain realm. Your cultivation level didn't increase that much. A cold but extremely pleasant voice suddenly sounded. Zi-Chin immediately turned around and saw the woman who had almost killed him. She stood in the void, her white robes fluttering in the wind as she looked at Zi-Chin indifferently. "It's you." Zi-Chen's expression changed slightly as he guessed something. He asked, "Senior, you saved me." "Senior, what a strange name. I remember that you've always called me an old witch." The woman's lips curled up slightly, her eyes filled with mockery. How could that be? Zi-Chen's face was extremely thick. He said, "Senior is as beautiful as a fairy. How could mere mortals like us casually judge you?" Zi-Chen had already recognized the reality. He was no match for this woman at all. Moreover, this woman was the mute woman after her transformation. Although she was no longer a true mute woman, her sea of consciousness still contained all of the mute woman's memories. This could be considered the mute woman's good fortune. There was no point for Zi-Chen to be conflicted. Moreover, the reason why he could change so much was because of this woman. It could also be said that it was because of the mute woman. "Thank you, Senior." Zi-Chin cupped his fists and thanked her sincerely. The woman didn't feel grateful. She coldly glanced at Zi-Chin and asked, "Am I really that old?" Zi-Chan was startled and looked up at her. She could be considered one of the most beautiful women Zi-Chin had ever seen. To be honest, she wasn't old at all. Guessing that she was very concerned about this question, Zi-Chen immediately explained, "Senior is a form of respect for the strong." "Forget about the form of respect." The woman lightly flicked her sleeve and said, "Now that you've broken through, you should leave." Zi-Chen naturally wanted to leave. However, after a slight hesitation, he asked, "May I ask, what plans does Fairy have after this?" Ling Shuang was still very satisfied with this last-minute change in the way he addressed her as a fairy. She did not mind Zi Chen's little tricks and said calmly, "Don't worry, after I awaken, I will not kill the innocent. Furthermore, the strange races are not as bloodthirsty as you think. There are still many who do not have a choice." Zi Chen didn't say anything. This was the same as what he usually knew. When you're stronger, you'll naturally understand. All right, hurry up and leave. With a flash of brilliance, Zi Chen's figure disappeared into nothingness. After Zi Chen left, the woman no longer acted high and mighty. Instead, she forcefully stomped the air and angrily said, "How can this broken place compare to the sacred planet? If there's a way to leave, who would want to stay here?" When Zi Chen's figure returned to reality from nothingness, he found himself in a crowded place. As soon as he appeared, he heard the discussions around him. The Shentian Prefecture's domain tournament has finally begun. Yeah, I wonder which force will be the champion this time. Is there a need to guess? Of course, it's the first city, Shentian City. That's not necessarily true. I heard that last time the fortune teller and Shentian City were evenly matched. They were just a hair's breadth away from winning. Hearing these discussions, Zi Chen was startled. The domain tournament has begun. After inquiring about the details of the domain tournament and learning that all the forces had arrived at Shentian Prefecture, Zi Chen sped up and rushed there. Chapter 1555. The Shentian Prefecture's realm tournament was getting closer and closer. Even though Wu Xie had asked the people of Shentian Dao to help spread the news, Zi Chen still hadn't shown up. In the past few days, Hu Pingqing, Shentian Dao, Fortune Teller, Jin Qingcheng, Hidden Mist, Dark Mantle, and more than a dozen other experts had gathered together. These experts had a good relationship with Zi Chen. Their cities were ranked at the top. It was Zi Chen who had led them to challenge the final Starry Sky City. There are still 3 days before the realm tournament, and there is still no news from Zi Chen. What will you do if Zi Chen doesn't show up in 3 days? A young man in blue asked. He was from Blue Flame City, which was ranked 8th. The 4 people who had been very confident in Zi Chen were obviously not confident at the moment. Wu Xie sighed. Let's take one step at a time. There's still 3 days, right? Let's wait and see. If Zi Chen really doesn't show up, the 4 of you will really have to participate in the tournament. Dark Mantle said, "You should know how much the absence of one person will affect your battle strength." Out of concern among friends, the group was still very worried about the 4 people from Hu Pingcheng participating in the tournament. It should be known that none of the participants were weak. The absence of one person would greatly affect the outcome of the tournament. Everyone wanted the 4 to return to Hu Pingqing to find one person. However, the 4 of them were very clear that there were no other special existences in Hu Pingqing, unless they went to Tiger God Mountain to borrow someone. However, there were only 3 days before the tournament. It would be too late even if they went now. Let's wait. Wu Xie, who couldn't speak of his bitterness, could only say so. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The realm tournament of Shentian Prefecture began. At the very center of the Shentian Prefecture, there was a huge square. There were many forbidden spaces in this square, and the square could be divided into many spaces. Usually, some of the regions that had conflicts would duel here, and the grand competition would also be held here. A restriction was activated. A high platform slowly rose from the center of the square. A middle-aged man with a cold and resolute face stood on the platform. His indifferent eyes swept across the hundreds of cultivators who had come to participate in the tournament. Outside the square stood other domain experts who had come to join in the fun. They looked at the people in the field. Some of their eyes were filled with envy, some with jealousy, and some looked at the crowd with disdain, as if they were watching children playing house. The participants in the arena didn't utter a single word. The surrounding domain realm experts started to discuss the middle-aged man when they saw him. "That's Lord Mo Ling. I didn't expect Lord Mo Ling to be the one hosting the competition this time. Lord Mo Ling is in existence second only to the Shantian Prefecture Lord. I didn't expect him to be the host of this competition. Mo Ling, the #1 guard under the Shantian Prefecture's Prefecture Master. His cultivation level has long since reached the 9th domain realm. Usually it's just a legend. I didn't expect to see him in person today. Among the sounds of discussion, there were very few discussions about the 108 city. Most of the discussions were about the middle-aged man named Mo Ling on the high platform. Compared to the cultivators participating in the competition, Missouri Ling was a real big shot. Not only was he the #1 bodyguard under the Shantian Prefecture's lord, but he was also the #1 person in the Shantian Prefecture's 9 domains. He had the title of being undefeatable. Only those existences in the domain realm could surpass Mo Ling. In the 108 city, it was obvious that many people had heard of Mo Ling's name. As the discussion spread, the cultivators who had come to participate in the competition raised their heads, one by one. They looked curiously and reverently at the 9th layer domain realm expert, who had the title of being undefeated. Mo Ling gently raised his right hand. The discussions around him stopped abruptly. Mo Ling was expressionless. He said, coldly, in the past, the grand competition of domain realms was conducted by drawing lots. First, there would be a ranking battle between the cities to determine the ranking of the cities. After that, there would be a personal battle. However, there will be some slight changes this time. Many people in the audience looked startled. Obviously, these people had not heard the news in advance and had only brought along 6th domain realm experts. A few days ago, we accidentally discovered a chaotic small world. After we went in to investigate, we found that the things in the small world were very interesting. After we reported this matter to the Mansion Master, the Mansion Master said that the first battle will be held there. Later, everyone will be given a jade token. There will be a small counter-restriction set in the jade token. Your gains in the small world will be displayed on the jade token. After you come out, you will be ranked according to the total of your gains on the counter. This was obviously different from the previous competitions. Everyone's expression changed. The domain realm experts in the distance were even more shocked when they heard this. Mo Ling continued, in the small world, cultivators are not allowed to fight to the death. In addition to the jade token, we will also give each of you a token. There is a teleportation array in the token. As long as you use your mind, the teleportation array will be activated and you will leave the small world. Of course, this is a last resort for everyone. After hearing Mo Ling's words, Manshur was curious about the small world. At the same time, he curled his lips. What did he mean by discovered it a few days ago? Who was he trying to lie to? He had probably discovered it a few years ago, and after a series of preparations, some of the more powerful forces had long known that such a thing would happen this time, which was why they had brought along cultivators of the 5th domain. At this moment, the demon commander had purposely said that he had only discovered it a few days ago, so that everyone could accept it. All right, everyone will come up to receive your jade tokens. Although we can't see what happened in the small world, we will ask about it later. So, it's best that you don't kill each other. As soon as Mo Ling finished speaking, 2 people walked up to the high platform. One of them was responsible for giving out the jade tokens, while the other was responsible for recording everyone's information. After that, the cultivators came up one by one. However, before they could do so, they needed to show their qualification tokens. There was a groove on the qualification token. The size of the groove was similar to the jade token. The person holding the jade token asked, name? The cultivator said, Amo Shang. 2 words instantly appeared on the jade token. Then the person embedded the jade token into the qualification token. Next, an indifferent voice sounded. The second cultivator came up and did the same as before. There were a total of 540 people in the 108 cities. However, Zi-chan did not come, so there were only 539 people. The others came up one after another. The people from Huping-cheng waited anxiously. They were still hoping for a miracle. As if they had guessed the thoughts of Huping-cheng's group, the cultivators from Yamba Castle, who were not used to Huping-cheng's group, quickly came up. After receiving their jade tokens, they stood in the distance and sneered at the 4 people. If Huping-cheng only sent 4 people to participate, then their ranking would definitely drop greatly this time. This was because they had plenty of ways to make the 4 people gain nothing. As for the forces that were on good terms with Huping-cheng, they slowly came forward, intentionally stalling for time for the 4 people. Mo Ling's gaze swept around and finally landed on Huping-cheng's group. He naturally knew what these people were thinking. A smile appeared on his face, but he did not expose them. No one noticed that, in another direction, there were 2 special existences looking in their direction. One of them was tall, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. His face was cold and resolute, and he looked like a stern general. The other person was dressed in white and held a folding fan in his hand. He looked like a refined scholar. "The variable you mentioned is in this group?" Shantian Hallmaster asked. "There should be no mistake, but I can't tell who it is," the refined scholar said. No matter how much time was delayed, the jade tokens would eventually be distributed. Even though many people deliberately delayed, Huping-cheng's group of 4 still arrived. In the end, there were 5 spots left, but there were only 4 people. Mo Ling did not say anything. The other 2 people looked puzzled. Then Wu Xie slowly went up to the stage, took his own jade token, and registered his city. In the distance, those people also saw some clues, and they were all very puzzled. Next was Man Shi, then Dongqing, and finally Shang Guanhong. After Shang Guanhong took her jade token and registered, the person waved his hand and motioned for Shang Guanhong to leave. "Wait, I have another qualification token here." As she spoke, Shang Guanhong took out another qualification token. "There's only one for each person. Find another one," the person said indifferently. Shang Guanhong did not hesitate and took out another soul jade. The soul jade was incomplete and there was a crack in it. The soul power in it flowed slowly and jerkily. She immediately crushed the soul jade, and the moment the soul power floated out, she forcefully injected it into the qualification token. She raised the token again and said, "There's another soul remembrance in here. Will this do?" The person was startled, and he looked back at Mo Ling with a troubled expression. "Huping-cheng has 5 tokens, and this is our 5th person," Shang Guanhong said to Mo Ling. She was not afraid in front of the top person in the 9th domain. Mo Ling looked at Shang Guanhong and smiled faintly. Just as Shang Guanhong thought he was going to agree, he shook his head and said no. Shang Guanhong panicked. "Why not? There's soul power in the token. I'm the person in charge here. If I say no, it means no." Mo Ling's smile did not fade, and he said, "Unless that person comes personally, I won't approve of you as the 5th person." Shang Guanhong's expression changed drastically, and the other 3 people's expressions were also very ugly. As for the others, some were gloating, some were laughing secretly, and some were shaking their heads and sighing. "You're going too far." Shang Guanhong was about to cry. This was her last resort. "You don't have enough people, but I'm still allowing you to participate. I'm already very tolerant." Mo Ling's smile did not fade. Just as Shang Guanhong was at a loss, the token in her hand suddenly turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. Chapter 1556. Zi-chan had arrived at the Shantian prefecture long ago, but unfortunately he was stopped at the main entrance. The reason was that Zi-chan did not have a prefecture token to enter or leave the city. It was said that to enter and exit the huge city of the Shantian prefecture, one must have a prefecture token. and this prefecture token could only be obtained in the Shantian prefecture. Zi Chen intended to reveal his cultivation, but was despised by the guard. In this Shantian prefecture, without a strong strength, it was impossible to enjoy special treatment. The other party pointed to the long line and said, "Do you see that? Those are all waiting to enter the Shantian prefecture. They all have to line up obediently to apply for the prefecture token." Seeing the line of more than 100 people, Zi Qin was speechless. However, when he heard that the large competition was about to begin today, he was also very anxious. And these people were obviously here to join in the fun. There was no shortcut at all. Just as Zi Qin had no choice but to obediently line up to apply for the prefecture token, he suddenly felt a familiar aura coming from the city. With a thought, he sensed that the familiar aura was rapidly approaching. Zi Qin grabbed the token that flew over from the Shantian prefecture with a slightly astonished expression. The domain realm cultivators who were going in and out of the gate also saw the token that flew out, and all of them curiously sized up Zi Qin. To be able to make a token fly out of the Shantian prefecture, everyone was guessing Zi Qin's identity in their hearts. Zi Qin took the token and looked at it carefully, but he could not see anything special about it. There was only a trace of his soul aura within it. Why would a token with my soul aura appear in the city? Regarding this, Zi Qin was very puzzled. Zi Chen walked back to the guard who had blocked the way earlier, handed over the token in his hand, and asked, "Is this a prefecture token?" The other party took it and looked at it carefully. He shook his head and said with certainty, "No. It's not a prefecture token, but it flew out from inside. Can I go in?" Zi Qin took the token and asked again. The guard's eyes were filled with doubt. He clearly did not recognize what kind of token this was, nor did he know if Zi Qin had the qualifications to enter. Helpless, he could only look for the leader of the guards. When the latter heard about Zi Qin's special situation, he immediately rushed over. After carefully examining the token several times, he shook his head. "You can't enter," Zi Qin said. "I don't know," said the guard leader. This kind of domain realm battle qualification token only appeared once every many years, and each time the quantity was extremely limited. There were less than 10 pieces in each city, and only the people involved and the upper echelons could see them. They had always lived in Shantian prefecture, so how could they possibly recognize the battle medallion? Usually, cultivators who had a battle token would directly appear in Shantian prefecture. In a situation like Zi Chen's, this was the first time in history. Naturally, they would not think about the battle token. A single token stumped all the guards. Everyone shook their heads. The curiosity in the eyes of the other realms grew as they tried to guess what kind of token it was. Zi Chen was speechless. It was fine if the other party didn't recognize the token and let him go, but they didn't let him go even if they didn't recognize it. At this moment, Zi Chen heard the sound of something tearing through the air. Immediately after, he sensed a familiar aura. "Zi Chen!" Following a surprised and excited cry, Zi Chen saw a beautiful figure flying out of the city. Swoosh! The beautiful figure arrived in front of Zi Chen and hugged Zi Chen. Just as everyone was dumbfounded, another green light flashed out and rushed to Zi Chen's side, hugging Zi Chen from the other side. In the blink of an eye, the young man who didn't have the qualifications to enter Shantian prefecture started hugging left and right. However, it wasn't over yet. Following that, the sound of something tearing through the air continued to ring out, and one figure after another appeared. Each of these figures emitted a powerful aura. As many auras appeared, the space around the city gate began to tremble. Some of the cultivators who were only at the second or third heavenly layer felt extremely oppressed. The expressions of the surrounding cultivators changed instantly. When they looked at the figure who was hugging left and right again, their eyes were filled with intense fear. These people had obviously come for him. The auras surging around them were too powerful. "Haha," Zichen, I knew you weren't dead. Shantian Dao was the first to laugh. My divination was right. Zichen, you really came. The fortune teller also laughed. Have you divined before? Man sure questioned, but he couldn't hide the excitement on his face. Why are all of you here? Zichen looked at the people who had arrived. He couldn't suppress the excitement on his face. After a momentary loss of composure, Dongqing and Shangguanheng's emotions returned to normal. Speaking of which, the two women had been separated by life and death so many times in the manor realm that they no longer suppressed their feelings. When the people around them heard the discussion and were guessing who Zichen was, they saw that Zichen, who had let go of the beauty, began to hug the others. The cultivators, who were emitting powerful auras, all looked excited. They seemed to be his friends. In addition to their excitement, they also noticed that a few of them looked reserved and respectful. In the end, the guy called Zichen hugged an outrageously beautiful woman in a golden dress. Beside the woman was a young man. The young man had a disgusted look on his face. Zichen looked at Yi Ming and asked with a smile, "You guys aren't married, right?" Yi Ming's expression immediately turned grave. Zichen laughed and joked, "That's great. I still have a chance." Yi Ming's eyes were spitting fire. Jin Qingcheng looked shy, which was rare. "Why are all of you here? Aren't you going to participate in the competition?" Zichen turned around and asked the crowd in confusion. "We're going to participate, but we're missing one person," Shantian Dao said with a smile. "One person is missing." Zichen was stunned when he heard that. Then he said in hindsight, "Could it be that this token has something to do with the competition?" Next to him, Dark Screen nodded and said, "This is the qualification token for the competition. There are 5 people in each city. You're the 5th person in Huping City." Next to him, Shangguanheng corrected, "You're the 1st person." More and more cultivators gathered at the entrance as the crowd appeared. Hearing that these people were here to participate in the competition, all of them looked envious. Clearly, these people who could participate in the competition here were all geniuses. No matter the result of the competition, these people would definitely achieve great things in the future. This was truly a gathering of geniuses. Zichen was not famous in Shantian Prefecture. However, in the 108 cities under Shantian Prefecture, Zichen's name was extremely famous in Huping City. Any organization that paid attention to the prefecture realm would know that there was a cultivator named Zichen in Huping City who had obtained a great opportunity in the prefecture realm. "Is that him?" The prefecture lord, who had been paying attention to the square, suddenly looked outside the city when he saw this scene. He saw the black-robed young man. The scholarly man was silent, but there was a rare hint of seriousness in his expression. The prefecture lord nodded without saying anything. The two of them sized up Zichen and watched as the geniuses gathered in front of Zichen. Apart from the excitement of meeting friends, these people all had looks of admiration on their faces. "I'm suddenly curious about what happened in the prefecture realm," Shantian Prefecture Lord said. "You should have been curious a long time ago," the scholarly man said. The scholarly cultivator said, "He's the reason why the manor realm forcefully raised a city's ranking by 20 places against the rules." "Oh, there's such a thing? Why didn't I know about it?" Shantian Prefecture Lord asked curiously. The scholarly man smiled but did not say anything. "All right, now is not the time to reminisce. The other side is still waiting. If they get angry and disqualify us, we will lose more than we gain." Wu Xie interrupted everyone's reminiscing. They had not been in a hurry earlier because Zichen had not come. Now that Zichen was here, they were full of confidence about their upcoming trip to the small world. That was why they were anxious. When the guard learned of Zichen's identity before entering the city, he tactfully did not continue to stop them. When the group returned to the square again, Zichen, who had appeared, undoubtedly became the focus of everyone's attention. It was obvious that the token had flown away because of him. Soon after, many experts left. Even the favorites to win the championship, Shantian Dao and Fortune Teller, left happily. When they saw Ziqin, everyone sized him up carefully. Under the gaze of the demon token, Ziqin walked up to the high platform, took out the token, and said, "Ziqin from Huping City." Although they had already guessed it, the expressions of the other domain realm cultivators changed when they heard it. It turned out that he was Ziqin. Among those of the same level, Ziqin had defeated Shantian Dao and Fortune Teller. He had obtained great fortune in the prefectural realm. He was the main reason why Huping City's ranking had risen to more than 60 places. Now he was exuding the aura of a peak 4th stage domain realm. Although Ziqin's cultivation level was obviously the lowest among the contestants, no one dared to underestimate him. Demon Token looked at Ziqin with a rare smile of appreciation. He stepped forward and patted Ziqin on the shoulder. "You are Ziqin. Kid, I heard that you did something amazing in the prefectural realm." Ziqin replied modestly, "Sir, you flatter me. I just did my duty. It's really nothing amazing." Demon Token laughed heartily. "Haha, what a good duty. I like that. Kid, you are my type. I hope you can do your duty this time." Envy and jealousy appeared on the faces of the onlookers, who had looked down on the contestants from afar when they heard Demon Token's words. Obviously, to be so highly regarded by Mo Ling, no matter what happened next, the young man named Ziqin would be able to do well in Shantian Prefecture. If he was lucky enough to become one of Mo Ling's direct subordinates, then his future would be limitless. It was rumored that Demon Token had the highest chance of breaking through to the Emperor realm and becoming the next prefectural master. As for his direct subordinates, their futures were naturally limitless. As the contestants returned to their positions, a small world opened in front of the high platform. The tokens on the contestants' bodies started to glow. Then, the teams disappeared one by one. The 5 tokens were connected to each other. When they appeared in the small world, each team would stay together. Chapter 1557. The small world was already connected to the restriction on the square. As the restriction opened, a beam of light rushed out of the small world and enveloped the 540 cultivators present. When the light disappeared, the cultivators disappeared as well. It was your idea to open this small world. Why did you suddenly decide to attack? The mansion master, who had been watching the crowd disappear, asked. The elegant middle-aged man smiled faintly and said, "It's better to investigate the situation while the variables are still active." The mansion master was puzzled. "Aren't you afraid of alerting the enemy by doing this again and again?" A mere 4th stage domain cultivator is like an ant struggling to survive. Who cares? That makes sense. In their eyes, a 4th domain was indeed an existence that was akin to an ant. All the cultivators who participated in the competition entered the small world. There was nothing else to watch, so everyone prepared to leave. It was obvious that this grand competition was not as interesting as before because they could not see anything at all. The 9-meter-tall platform did not disappear, and Mo Ling did not leave either. He waved his sleeve in the air. Immediately after, exclamations came from all around. A huge light screen appeared in the sky, and 540 cultivators appeared in 108 positions on the light screen. What's going on? Didn't he say that there was no way to investigate? Lord Mo Ling said it himself. How can we see those people now? For a moment, everyone was discussing spiritedly. When they turned around and saw Mo Ling with a smile on his face, they realized that this was also a test. 108 cities, 540 cultivators. They were being monitored from every angle. Their every move was being watched by the people of the world. The moment the light screen appeared in Shantian Prefecture, 108 huge light screens also appeared in the 108 cities under Shantian Prefecture's jurisdiction. This light screen appeared above the center of the city. It was very large, and not only could everyone in the city see it, but some cultivators who could not enter the city could also see it from outside the city. Everyone knew that this was the start of the grand competition. However, the light screen above each city only showed the 5 people in their own city, unlike the one in Shantian Prefecture that showed all directions. "Look, what's that?" In Huping City, a person exclaimed after seeing the strange phenomenon in the sky. "Aren't those people from our city? That's Zi-Chin. Zi-Chin, it's Zi-Chin. Zi-Chin is back." Exclamations kept ringing out in the city like waves. Hearing that the hero Zi-Chin had appeared, almost all the cultivators from the various organizations in the city appeared. They gathered in Huping City and looked up at the black-robed young man on the screen. Ling Xing spat out the tea in his mouth onto Lord Wu's face, but he didn't notice it at all. Instead, he turned around and stared at the newcomer, asking, "Are you sure it's Zi-Chin? You're not mistaken." Lord Wu couldn't be bothered to wipe the water off his face. He hurriedly asked, "Did you see it clearly? That was really Zi-Chin." The man bowed again and said respectfully, "Of course, there's no mistake. Besides Zi-Chin, there's also Wu Xia, Man Shi, Shangguanhong, and Miss Dongqing." After the report, when the man raised his head again, he discovered that there was no one there. The 2 of them appeared outside Hunter's castle in a flash. They saw the familiar figure as soon as they raised their heads. They rubbed their eyes and looked at it carefully several times. Even with their composure, they could not help but cheer along with the wave-like sounds. The upper echelons who came later all became extremely excited when they saw Zi-Chin. With Zi-Chin's appearance, even if Huping City's ranking fell this time, it definitely wouldn't fall too badly. Meanwhile, Huping City's ranking could be considered to have been preserved. Afterwards, it would have to be accumulated from generation to generation. In the screen, the 5 of them appeared on a mountain. Zi-Chen's voice rang out as well. Send the Aurora Pegasus to investigate the surroundings. Dongqing nodded, and the Aurora Pegasus turned into a stream and left. "What happened back then? Where have you been all these years?" Shangguanhong asked urgently. The other 3 also looked at Zi-Chin. Zi-Chin sighed and said, "That world collapsed at that time, but the 4 of us are still alive. That guy died after the world collapsed." The 4 of us gathered together to resist the destructive power surging in the void. In the end, the 3 big brothers sacrificed themselves and forcefully opened a passage for me. I entered the passage, and after that, I've been recuperating. During this time, Zi-Chin paused for a moment to omit the rest of the story. This was because what he had done was not trivial, and he was afraid that the other party would find out. To prevent the others from probing further, Zi-Chin changed the topic and asked, "By the way, aren't we participating in the competition? Why are we here? What is this place?" Shangguanhong explained it to Zi-Chin. The group of Huping City cultivators could hear their conversation. They had already stopped cheering and were quietly listening to the conversation between the 5 of them. This was the first time many of the cultivators heard Zi-Chen's voice, so they were extremely excited. The group of people who had entered the small world did not know that they were being watched by billions of cultivators in the entire Manor Realm. This kind of competition is quite interesting. After hearing the rules, Zi-Chin chuckled and said, "This way, everyone will have a lot more chances. If we're lucky enough, our cities might even rank higher." "That's true, but it won't be that easy." Beside him, Wu Xia pursed his lips and said, "The Demon Edict only said that we can't fight to the death, but it didn't say that we can't fight. Everyone might be well-behaved now, but in the future, I'm afraid that there will be civil wars one after another." The people of Huping City did not know who the Demon Edict was, so they were not surprised when they heard what Wu Xia said. However, in the Shantian Prefecture, many cultivators instinctively looked at the Demon Edict on a high platform when they heard his name being called. Looking at the Demon Edict with a faint smile, all of them secretly prayed for that blabbermouth guy. The Aurora Pegasus turned into a stream of light and returned, reporting that there were no abnormalities. Since there were no abnormalities here, Zichen and the others did not stay any longer and continued on their way. While Zichen and the others were investigating the small world, the other forces were doing the same. During this time, the cultivators of 10,000 Origin City, whose cities had dropped in ranking, were moving forward. One of them said coldly, "Didn't they say that Zichen died a long time ago? I didn't expect him to appear again." "So what? This time, I guarantee that he won't be able to return," said another person beside him. "I'm afraid that won't work." "If there's any danger, he'll crush the life escape token," said a third person. The first person said, "Even if we can't kill him, we'll make Huping City's ranking drop greatly this time. If that doesn't work, we'll contact other forces. After all, we're not the only force that wants a share of the pie in Huping City." The leader, who had been silent all this while, said indifferently, "All right, stop talking. The most important thing now is to find out if there's anything strange about this place." Apart from the cultivators of 10,000 Origin City, who mentioned Huping City and Zichen's name, many other forces mentioned Zichen's name. During this time, many people did not suppress their dissatisfaction and killing intent towards Huping City. This was equivalent to spying on the other party's secrets and gossip. This made all the cultivators extremely curious. During this time, some merchants even built a platform on their roofs for the cultivators who liked to gossip, to drink, and watch. Finally, a force was attacked. It was a strange-looking mutated beast whose combat power was almost equivalent to the third domain realm. However, it was still able to launch several attacks against a fifth domain realm human. Uft! As the mutated beast was killed, a ball of light floated out of the corpse. The word 1 appeared on the qualification token of the cultivator who killed the mutated beast. Only 1 point. After killing an existence that was much stronger than an ordinary third domain realm human, the counter actually only increased by 1 point. This made the cultivator extremely depressed. As the forces went deeper, more and more battles broke out. Then the cultivators who wanted to gossip saw the powerful combat power of the 540 cultivators participating in the competition. They were indeed special existences in the various cities. Their combat power was very strong. Among them, the most eye-catching forces were naturally the forces ranked at the top. They were also at the fifth domain, but they were almost instantly killed by the third domain mutated beasts. Boom! The ground shook as the mutated beasts attacked with great momentum. Zichen's group of 5, who were encountering mutated beasts for the first time, was very lucky to encounter a group of mutated beasts. Looking at the mutated beasts rapidly approaching from afar, Manshur smiled good-naturedly and said, "Why do I feel like I'm seeing a mutated beast's mount?" Wu Xia, who was beside him, said, "Yes, the appearance of those mutated beasts' back then was just like this." The 2 women beside him did not speak, and their expressions gradually became solemn. These mutated beasts were indeed very similar to the mutated beasts of the Nether Realm, but the latter was obviously much stronger. "Your senses are not wrong, because they are indeed mutated beasts," Zichen said with a cold smile as he looked at the mutated beasts. "What? They are all mutated beasts." The 4 of them were obviously stunned. Zichen said with certainty, "My senses are not wrong. They have the power of mutated beasts in their bodies. They are mutated beasts of the mutated beasts. Kill! Don't let a single one of them go." At that moment, Zichen suddenly remembered Emo Ling's words. He hoped that he would do his best to fulfill his responsibility. Zichen had some doubts at that time, but now he understood. This small world was probably another world created by the mutated beasts. The mutated beasts that Zichen mentioned had caused a commotion in the outside world. Those who had entered the domain realm more or less knew about the existence of the mutated beasts. This was a cruel and bloodthirsty race. Their only purpose in appearing in the Jianwu continent was to kill, as if they wanted to exterminate all living things in the world. They looked at the high platform again. Standing there, Mo Ling's gaze fell on Hu Pingqing's group of 5, but he did not say a word. Zi Chen's group of 5 rushed up and began to launch fierce attacks on the large group of mutated beasts of the mutated beasts. The 5 of them all had extraordinary combat strength and also had the means to kill instantly. Zi Chen, Man Shi, and Wu Xia all killed one mutated beast at a time. Chapter 1558. The ground trembled as the exotic beasts charged forward. Their eyes were filled with madness. Their 4 claws clawed at the ground, scooping up large chunks of soil. As the soil churned, the exotic beasts surged forward like a flood. Zi Qin took the lead and charged toward the army of exotic beasts. His body emitted lightning as he displayed his Thunder King physique, which had reached the limit of 4 stars. His figure swept out and punched out. Dazzling lightning flashed between heaven and earth. The most ferocious exotic beast in the lead had its head smashed by Zi Chen's punch. Even though its head was smashed, its momentum didn't decrease. It slammed into the ground, causing the earth to shake as a huge gully appeared. The exotic beast's corpse drew a gully of more than 10 meters before it stopped. After killing an exotic beast, Zi Chen's figure flashed as he charged into the group of exotic beasts. The other exotic beasts didn't stop as they charged forward crazily. With another punch, Zi Chen killed another exotic beast. His figure flashed and disappeared again. At this moment, Zi Chen displayed his extreme speed and powerful strength, easily killing the exotic beasts. At the same time, the group of exotic beasts couldn't get close to him. Man Shi's body emitted a dark light. He was like a moving mountain as he charged toward the exotic beasts. With every step he took, the entire world would tremble. With a series of bangs, the exotic beasts were sent flying by Man Shi. Wu Xia followed closely behind, taking the opportunity to kill the exotic beasts that had lost their balance but didn't die. He killed one with a single strike. Swoosh! Swoosh! Light streaked across the sky in front of Dongqing, charging toward the exotic beasts like bolts of lightning. As a beast tamer, Dongqing used his spiritual sense to attack. His spiritual sense entered the minds of the exotic beasts and destroyed their souls. The exotic beasts that had leaped into the air to launch an attack lost their aim when they landed on the ground due to the lack of vitality. They fell in other directions, some even crashing into each other. Shang Guanhong stood in the air, emitting a bright green light. She stretched out her jade-like hand and swept it forward. Green dots of light fell toward the exotic beasts like seeds of life. The green light landed on the exotic beast's body and entered its body. After that, the powerful life force within the exotic beast's body rapidly weakened. The seed did not grow into a giant tree. After the strange beast's life force was completely exhausted, the green light spot, which had grown several times in size, floated out and headed straight for Shang Guanhong. She put it away again. As soon as the battle began, the strange beasts died one after another. In a short period of time, corpses were strewn all over the place. The powerful strength displayed by Hu Pingqing's 5-man group also caused a sensation in Shantian Prefecture. A quarter of an hour later, the charging beasts were all annihilated. Lines of points began to appear on the 5 people's tokens. There were at least a few hundred points. Among the 108 teams, Zi Chen's team was the first to encounter a group of exotic beasts, and their harvest was also the greatest. While Man Shi and Wu Xia were cleaning up the battlefield, Zi Chen's eyes suddenly flashed, and he turned his head to look in a certain direction. His figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already 1,000 meters away. After flashing a few times like this, Zi Chen stood in the air and punched the ground. The air shook, and a lightning-like fist of lightning slammed into the ground with a loud bang. Boom! The ground shook, and the sound traveled over 10 kilometers. The fist of light blasted a huge crater in the ground, and at the bottom of the crater, a mournful roar rang out. Zi-Chen's figure flashed, and he entered the crater. A moment later, he rushed out with a beast corpse in his hand. This was an exotic beast with a fourth-layer battle prowess. It could be considered the leader of the group of exotic beasts from before, but it had been hiding underground and had not launched an attack. With a swipe of his hand, the beast corpse's head was split open, and a glowing diamond-shaped crystal appeared. "This is it." Zi-Chen picked up the crystal and examined it. Earlier, he had been able to detect the other party's tracks precisely because he had sensed the existence of this diamond-shaped crystal. This crystal did not belong to the exotic beast itself. It was forcibly implanted by an external force. Using his spiritual sense to sense the crystal, Zi-Chen actually saw a route that looked like a map. Manshur and the others came later. When they saw the diamond-shaped crystal in Zi-Chen's hand, they asked curiously, "What is this?" "Take a look." Zi-Chen handed the crystal to Manshur. The latter took it and scanned it with his spiritual sense. Immediately his eyes widened and he said, "There's a map route in here." Then Manshur handed the crystal to the others. When they found out the route, their expressions changed slightly. "Why is there such a thing in its body?" Shang Guanhong's eyes were filled with confusion. "These guys are stupid and stupid. They don't know anything other than fighting. It must be the work of the exotic beasts. As for this route, it should be their patrol route," Manshur said casually. The others looked at Zi-Chen, habitually waiting for him to make a decision. Zi-Chen said, "No matter what it is, since we found it, we have to go and take a look." Then they followed the map's guidance and headed to the last marked place. Just as Zi-Chen discovered the rhombus-shaped crystal, the other factions also encountered the horde of exotic beasts, and a series of intense battles broke out. Then they found the leader of the exotic beasts. After killing it, they obtained the same diamond-shaped crystal from its body. Just like the one Zi-Chen obtained, there was a route in each of these diamond-shaped crystals. Therefore, the group of forces headed to the place marked on the map in the diamond-shaped crystal. While they were moving forward, Shang Guanhong suddenly pointed at a certain place and said, "Look, what is that?" The others turned their heads and saw a half-naked black object. Manshur dashed over and dug the object out of the ground. His expression immediately changed. "It's a broken weapon. This weapon should be quite old. The spiritual power in it had been lost, and the surface was rusty. It could be considered a piece of junk." After carefully examining the weapon, Zi-Chen said in a low voice, "This is a weapon used by humans. They died less than 500 years ago." "What?" Hearing Zi-Chen's words, the others were shocked. Wu Xie asked, "Are you sure?" Zi-Chen explained, "The exotic beasts were all experts. The weapons they used had special abilities that made it almost impossible for them to corrode. Look here, it was obviously broken by force. Moreover, it was broken by a beast's claw. The quality of this weapon was not high before. At best, it was a domain weapon used by the first or second layer of the domain realm. After the spirit in it was broken, it would become like this in a few hundred years. Could it be that someone accidentally entered this place and was killed by the exotic beasts here?" Manshur said, "Let's look around and find out." The 5 of them spread out and searched for other things that might appear. After a while, the 5 of them gathered again. Each of them had a broken domain weapon in their hands. After seeing the broken pieces of the weapons, Wu Xie said, "It seems that there was more than one person who came here. Perhaps a group of adventurers accidentally discovered this place, but all of them died here." Zi-Chen did not jump to conclusions. There were still many things he did not understand. The group continued to move forward. Naturally, they would find some broken weapons along the way. For hours later, the group arrived at the place recorded on the rhombus-shaped crystal. It was a huge open area. The smell of exotic beasts lingered in the air. Obviously, they had been here all this time. "There's nothing here," Wu Xie said, looking at the empty area in front of him. Zi Chen held the rhombus-shaped crystal and walked forward. The others behind him looked on in confusion. After walking for about 300 meters, Zi Chen seemed to have triggered a restriction. His figure disappeared without a trace. "There's nothing here." The few of them were startled. After exchanging glances, Man Sure flew forward. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the place where Zi Chen disappeared. He continued to move forward, but he did not find anything. Man Sure walked back and forth in the place where Zi Chen disappeared, but he did not find anything out of the ordinary. In the outside world, the cultivators from Shentian Prefecture and Huping City also noticed this scene. They also had strange expressions on their faces. It was obvious that it was a very advanced restriction, and the rhombus-shaped crystal was the key to triggering it. Boom! A surge of energy suddenly surged out from beside Mansure. Mansure was shocked and instinctively retreated. Wherever the energy passed, the space in front of him shattered like a mirror. The illusory scene disappeared and the real scene appeared. Zi Chen's figure reappeared in front of everyone's eyes. The power around him slowly retracted. It was him who had broken the restriction. When they looked in front of Zi Chen, they were all stunned. 10 meters away from Zi Chen, the ground was covered with corpses. Some of the corpses still had flesh and blood, while others only had skeletons left. As far as the eye could see, there were no less than 100 corpses. These 100 corpses formed a huge circle in front of them. Wisps of energy floated out from their corpses. These wisps of energy seemed to be attracted by something, and they went straight to the huge circle. In the center of the circle, there was a pool of clear liquid. How could this be? Walking in front of Zi Chen, the 4 of them looked at the incomplete corpses at close range. Their faces were filled with shock. That liquid is the remaining energy of these dead people. Could it be that's the source of their energy? After feeling the pure energy from the clear liquid, Mansure's expression changed. He lost his composure and asked. After the restriction was broken, the air flowed again. Some of the eerie white bones turned into ashes when they came in contact with the air and disappeared. The energy of the corpses of experts was completely exhausted and turned into ashes. It would take more than 1,000 years for this to happen. There were too many corpses here, and they were divided into different stages. Some of the corpses were still intact, and it seemed that they were only 200 years old. Could it be that this is also a training ground? The 4 of them couldn't help but guess. In the outside world, after Zi Chen broke the restriction, the scene here was completely magnified. Seeing so many corpses, there was an uproar. The surroundings were in an uproar. Mo Ling silently looked at the magnified image. His indifferent eyes seemed to have become colder. Then, the uproar turned into exclamations of surprise. As Zi Chen and the others approached the crystal, the other forces also arrived one after another. It was completely different from what they had imagined. All the rhombus-shaped crystals were independent and could lead to a place that belonged to them. Chapter 1559. When the restriction was broken, the first thing everyone saw was the corpses that formed a circle. Then they saw the source of power in the middle of the corpses. After a rough calculation, they found that more than 100,000 domain realm cultivators had died. Using more than 100,000 domain realm cultivators' corpses to create one source of power after another. How extravagant! There must be some kind of large-scale conversion array under the area covered by the corpses. The source of power is the purest power in the world. It can be absorbed without refining. Normally, the source of power is calculated in droplets. I didn't expect a small pool to appear. These people are really lucky. Yes, The source of power can help to improve one's strength. These people are really lucky. After the shock, only envy was left in everyone's eyes. This was because the source of power was really good stuff. After more than 100,000 domain realm cultivators died, there were more than 100 pools of power formed by the source of power. The people outside were envious. Take these things away first. Zi Chen's gaze fell on the source of power with a calm expression. We have to take them away quickly. The plundering array below is too powerful. I just stood there for a while, and I feel that the power in my body is somewhat unstable. Man sure retreated. Shang Guanhong went forward to take the source of power, while Zichen shot out a ray of power light. The light fell on the corpses, and in the next moment, the corpses turned into ashes. This could be considered as dust to dust and dust to dust. All of you back off. I'm going to destroy the array below. Zichen gestured for the others to back off quickly, while he soared into the sky. A sheathed black saber appeared in his hand. When the black saber was unsheathed, rays of saber light swept in all directions. The saber light pierced deep into the ground, and in the next moment the ground shook with a destructive sound. The underground array was destroyed by Zi Chen's saber. This place might have something to do with the alien race. So Zi Chen would not leave the array, and naturally the source of power would not be left behind. Are we going to go deeper now? After destroying the array, Zi Chen walked over. Manshur asked. No, let's go to the periphery, Zi Chen said. We just came in from the periphery. Why are we going to the periphery again? They were puzzled. There should be more similar formations in the periphery. Let's go look for them. This place was very similar to the holy burial ground that Zi Chen had entered back in the martial heaven continent. The people who died there would lose all their blood, and their vitality would be absorbed by the underground formation. After that, the formation would transform them and gather them in a certain place. Back then, the two demon sovereigns had relied on the life force to become extremely powerful. This place was clearly similar to the holy burial ground, but it was not as grand as the holy burial ground. There was only a small portion of the array formation here. The dead human cultivators needed to be brought here by the strange beasts, and then led into the array formation by the strange beasts. While Zi Chen was destroying the formation, Shen Tian Dao, Destiny Teller, Dark Mantle, Hidden Mist, and the others also decisively destroyed the underground formation in several other locations. Although they didn't know who set up the formation, this kind of behavior that didn't even let go of the corpse was really against human nature. If someone tried to destroy it, there would naturally be others willing to protect it. Yi Ming from Golden Leaf City also discovered this place. He didn't care about the other force feelings and immediately flashed into the source of power, beginning to absorb the power within. Seeing this, the four of them didn't say anything. Beside Jin Qingcheng, a person from the Jin family glanced at Jin Qingcheng. The latter frowned slightly and slowly shook her head. After Yi Ming finished absorbing the source of power, he opened his eyes in satisfaction and smiled. This source of power is indeed extremely pure. A cultivator from the Yi family said, Of course, this has been transformed by a complicated formation. Yi Ming's eyes lit up and asked, Can you remember this formation? The cultivator from the Yi family was stunned. Remember this formation for what? Idiot, of course it's to build a new one. Shentian Prefecture doesn't have much, but we have a lot of people. If we get this formation and use it, how can our realm not improve quickly? With the help of the endless source of power, our realm will increase greatly. Sooner or later, we will surpass Shentian City and become the first city in Shentian Prefecture, Yi Ming said proudly. Hearing this, Jin Qingqing couldn't be bothered with him and turned to leave. The cultivator from the Jin family glanced at Yi Ming and turned to leave with Jin Qingqing. Humph, a woman's heart. Those who want to achieve great things shouldn't care about small things. Yi Ming looked at Jin Qingqing, who left and snorted coldly. What about these corpses? Yi Ming walked out of the empty circle and asked the cultivator just now. Yi Ming glanced at the corpses in disdain and said coldly, "They don't deserve to be called my comrade. Just leave the corpses here. The next time we come, there might be a new source of power. Oh, right, there might be a second source of power here. Let's go look for it again." Yi Ming, who was walking forward, couldn't help but laugh. "If we can find more of these things, my realm can be improved again." Yi Ming's words were not suppressed. The cultivators from Shantian Prefecture heard it, and all the cultivators in Golden Leaf City also saw and heard it. For a moment, many people's expressions changed. Many cultivators in Golden Leaf City only felt disappointed. However, in Shantian Prefecture, because there were 107 other forces competing with each other, Yi Ming's actions were even more disappointing. Now, everyone finally understood Amo Ling's painstaking efforts. Obviously, they thought very highly of these people, but they didn't know their character. They didn't tell them before so that they could act according to their wishes. Undoubtedly, Yi Ming's actions were extremely disappointing. He could only stay in Golden Leaf City for the rest of his life. At the same time, many forces made the same choice as Yi Ming in Golden Leaf City. Such people were no longer worthy of Shantian Prefecture's attention. Everything was as Zichen had guessed. There were still many sources of power here. As they had not refined and were only searching, the 5 of them were the fastest. They used the shortest amount of time to find the 5 sources of power. After collecting them, Zichen did not hesitate to destroy the 5 formations, and then let the human corpses return to the earth. The source of power is a good thing. You guys refine it here first, but be careful. I'll go to other places to see if there are other gains. After putting down a source of power that had just been collected, Zichen was ready to leave. "I'll go with you," Manshur said as he stood up. "No, I can do it alone. This thing has harmed many people. Although it's now ours, it's still a scourge. We should find it as soon as possible and destroy it." After saying that, Zichen left. Hu Pingqing's group of 5 was the first to find the source of power. In addition, Zichen decisively destroyed the formations and dealt with the corpses. Therefore, many people in Shantian Prefecture were paying attention to Zichen's group of 5, looking at Zichen, the leader, and then looking at Yi Ming from Golden Leaf City. Many people shook their heads. Putting aside the strength of the two, the difference in character was too big. Zichen flew at an extremely fast speed, and during this time, the number on the counter kept increasing. Apart from that, Zichen also found 2 other sources of power. In total, the 5 of them found 8 sources of power. The other forces had also discovered that there were several hundred sources of power in total. Moreover, nearly 1 million domain realm cultivators had died in the past few thousand years. 1 million domain realm cultivators had been killed just like that, but there was no news of their disappearance. While the crowd was in an uproar, they were also trying to recall when a large number of domain realm cultivators had disappeared. However, in the past thousands of years, many places for domain realm cultivators to explore had appeared, so they really could not remember. In the peripheral area, all the forces had gained a lot and obtained a lot of points. During this period, no one had died. It could be seen that the cultivators who came to participate in the competition this time were all extraordinary. Roar. With a roar, Zichen once again encountered a 4th stage mutated beast. Each of the 4th level exotic beasts that he had killed earlier had a crystal in their body. With a powerful blow, the earth trembled. The exotic beast was directly cut in half by Zichen. However, there was nothing else except that the counter on the token increased by 10 points. Just as Zichen was puzzled, a gust of wind surged in the forest, and a powerful aura approached from afar. Zichen turned around and saw an exotic beast the size of a small mountain. The exotic beast's aura was equivalent to a 5th level domain realm cultivator, and its pair of cold eyes stared at Zichen. Zichen turned back to look at the big guy, and the latter raised its claws. Swoosh! Chen's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. As soon as his figure disappeared, a deep claw print was left on the spot where he had been standing. It was deeply imprinted into the ground, and the sound of the earth shaking and mountains shaking could be heard. After dodging the attack, Chen flashed and appeared beside the exotic beast. He clenched his fist and punched at the exotic beast. Bang! The exotic beast's tail swept towards Chen, knocking him back in the air. The fifth-level exotic beast's reaction was very fast, and its attack was extremely sharp. Its physical body was also very strong. Chen did not gain any advantage in the continuous attack. Thunder King's meteorite fist. A loud roar resounded between heaven and earth. A fist radiance that looked like a meteorite appeared in the void and attacked the fifth-level exotic beast with great power. Boom! The ancient trees in the forest instantly exploded, and a ripple of energy spread out. Everything in its path was turned into dust. The fifth-level exotic beast's huge body flew backward. This attack directly broke the exotic beast's defense, but it did not kill it. The exotic beast's eyes were filled with fear. If it had not dodged the fatal attack at the critical moment, it would have died. However, the exotic beast had just escaped a few hundred meters when a bright blade light appeared behind it. The blade light approached from afar and swept past the exotic beast in an instant. Puff! This powerful exotic beast was cut in half by Chen's blade. Chapter 1560. Chen picked up the diamond-shaped crystal and sized it up. This crystal was larger than the others. When he probed it with his spiritual senses, he found a route engraved on it. However, the end of the route was broken, like a fragment that needed to be pieced together. It was not complete. Chen was a little confused. He began to return to the place where the four of them were refining the sources of power. As for Chen himself, he threw all the power contained in the two sources of power into his own world. In Chen's domain world, there was a pool formed by the sources of power. In the center of the pool, a void tree took root in the void. Its roots extended to the source of power and began to absorb and refine the power. Seeing the four of them, Chen showed the diamond-shaped fragment to them. Seeing the broken route, the four of them naturally did not understand. After refining the sources of power, the five of them decided to go to the place where the diamond-shaped crystal pointed. Because they had refined many sources of power, Chen's advantage was slowly slipping away. This was a dense forest. Thousands of miles away from the forest, at the end of the forest, a faction had appeared. There were 5 people in this force, led by a young leader in armor. He suddenly stopped and took out a rather large diamond-shaped crystal. Looking ahead, he said in surprise, "Why is there no path?" The others were startled and went forward to check. Sure enough, the route on the diamond-shaped crystal stopped here. Is there another restriction? After that, the 5 of them looked around for any suspicious places. However, after searching for 15 minutes, they found nothing. Just as the 5 of them were about to leave in disappointment, they saw another team coming out of the forest. When the 2 sides met, they were wary of each other. Both sides had the same number of people and were at the 6th heaven of the domain realm. However, the leader of the later force was a small realm lower than the leader of the opposite force. They stopped far away, and the leader held a diamond-shaped crystal of the same size in his hand. After seeing the 5 people in front of him, he put away the diamond-shaped crystal vigilantly and stared at the 5 people in front of him. The 2 forces stared at each other without saying a word. The silence was broken by the other forces. The leader cupped his fists and said, "I am Yanji from Yanba Castle. May I ask where you are from?" Yanba Castle had been killed by the people of Huping City in the prefecture world, and its ranking had dropped by 10 places. "Oh, so you're from Yanba Castle. We're from Huaiyuan City. I'm Wu Qingda." The leader of Huaiyuan City cupped his fists and replied, Huaiyuan City was ranked 58th among the 108 cities in Shentian Prefecture, much higher than Yanbo Castle. However, Wu Qingda's tone was very polite. "Since you came first, friend, we'll go by first come, first served. Friend, please go ahead. I'll take my leave now." Flamepole once again clasped his hands in salute, then turned to leave. "Wait." Wu Qingda waved his hand. "What? Could it be that the few of you want to fight?" Yan Ji's gaze instantly turned cold. The auras of the other four surged as they prepared for battle. Both sides were at 6th-stage domain, so there was not much difference between their realms. If they really fought, no one would be afraid of the other. Obviously, everyone had grasped the loophole in Mo Ling's words. As long as they did not fight to the death, they could still fight and rob each other. "Brother Yan, you've misunderstood. I have a doubt in my mind, and I'd like to ask you to verify it." Wu Qingda walked forward, waving his hand to signal the other four not to follow him. "What do you want to ask, Brother Wu?" Surprise flashed in Yanji's eyes, and his expression softened. "Brother Yan, may I ask if your rhombus-shaped crystal was cut off here?" Wu Qingda asked directly. Yanji looked at Wu Qingda, who smiled faintly without any malice. After pondering for a moment, Yanji nodded and said, "That's right. The route was forcefully stopped here." "As I expected." Wu Qingda heaved a sigh of relief. "What do you mean?" Yanji did not understand. "If I'm not wrong, the diamond-shaped crystal in our hands should be a part of the route. Only when we put them together will we have the complete route." Wu Qingda did not hide anything. Yanji immediately understood. He had encountered such a situation before, so he was not surprised. He then asked, "If that's the case, Brother Wu, if you trust me, can you take out the crystals and compare them?" Wu Qingda naturally would not refuse. 2 diamond-shaped crystals of the same size could be put together. However, there were only 2 of them, so there was nothing to see. The 2 of them put away the crystals. Yanji said, "Now we can only wait patiently." "That's right. I just hope they can come soon." Without any conflict of interest, the 2 forces had become partners. Therefore, the atmosphere between them was less tense, and they chatted happily. An hour later, the 3rd force arrived. The 3rd force was also vigilant when they first arrived. However, after Wu Qingda took the initiative to express his goodwill and compared the diamond-shaped crystals, the 3 forces gradually became familiar with each other and waited quietly for the others to arrive. They had gathered 3 diamond-shaped crystals, but they were still not complete. According to the empty space, there should be 2 more crystals. This time, they waited for a full 2 hours before the carrier of the 4th crystal arrived. The other party was the 51st ranked force, Chili City. The 4 forces gathered, and after greeting each other, they began to put the diamond-shaped crystals together. The front and back were the same size, and only the last crystal was left to complete the map. Among the 4 forces, Chili City was undoubtedly ranked the highest. The leader, Li Luo, looked at the others with a hint of arrogance. However, if they were to fight, no one was afraid of each other. This was because the people who came were all at the 6th-stage domain realm. They were the strongest under the rules of the competition. I wonder which force got the last crystal. It's been so long since they came. I'm not sure if they got it or not. Everyone chatted, and the content was all about the crystals. As for other things, they did not mention a single word. However, when Li Luo arrived, his expression was full of arrogance. He went straight to Yanbo Castle's sore spot. "I heard that Yanbo Castle's ranking in the domain realm dropped by 10 places because of Hu Pingqing, who is at the end of the 10,000 years. I wonder if it's true." This was a humiliation to Yanbo Castle. Mentioning it again was equivalent to slapping them in the face. However, Yanji did not look unhappy. He just smiled faintly and admitted, "That's right. We were careless back then and suffered quite a bit." Just as everyone was surprised by Yanji's honesty, Yanji changed the topic and said coldly, "However, this time we will not be careless. Those 5 from Hu Pingqing will definitely pay the price." Wu Qingde kindly reminded him, "I heard that Ziqin can even suppress those titled. The 4 people beside him are not weak either. If they really fight, I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with them." Yanji smiled and said nonchalantly, "If we were at the same level, I would turn around and leave when I see the people from Hu Pingqing. However, what level are they at now? The highest is only level 5. There's nothing to be afraid of." Li Luo said coldly with an arrogant expression, "If we meet, I'd like to see what the genius leader of the 108 cities is capable of. I wonder if he's as boastful as the outside world says." Just like that, the 4 forces began to talk about Hu Pingqing. There was no respect in their words at all. Back then, Ziqian had led 98 people. Hu Pingqing had 6 people. Apart from that, there were also several people from the other cities that were ranked at the top. Therefore, the leaders of the 108 cities that were mentioned by the outside world were not specific. This was because many forces were not qualified to participate. Coincidentally, none of the 4 forces present had chosen an expert. Therefore, they didn't believe the rumors that came after. After waiting for a very, very long time, the 5th force finally arrived. The people from the 5th force walked out of the dense forest. As the 4 forces turned around, they were all stunned when they saw the people who had arrived. Back then, at the plaza outside Shantian Prefecture, the 5 people from Hu Pingqing had received a lot of attention. At this moment, when they saw the 5th force, they recognized the 5 people at a glance. Coincidentally, they were the 5 people that they had been talking about earlier. There are so many people. Are they waiting for us?" Man sure exclaimed when he saw the 4 forces in front of him. Ziqian's gaze swept across the 20 people one by one. He said indifferently, "To be precise, they should be waiting for our diamond-shaped crystal." As he spoke, Ziqian took out the crystal. He did not suppress his words. Everyone from the 4 forces heard him. Wu Qingde smiled and praised, as expected of Ziqian. "You're really smart. That's right. We're waiting for the 5th force, and we're also waiting for the crystal. When the 5 pieces of crystal are put together, the real map will appear." Ziqian nodded and walked forward. Manshur and the other 3 prepared to follow him. Ziqian waved his hand and signaled them to stop. Seeing Ziqian walk forward alone, the leaders of the 4 forces also walked forward. During this time, the 2 sides did not talk. Ziqian, who was walking forward, seemed to have sprained his ankle. His body swayed slightly. 3 of the 4 people's eyes flashed. They seemed a little nervous. "I'm the only one missing. I think everyone has already discussed how to distribute it." Ziqian was a little uncomfortable with the silent atmosphere. He took the initiative to speak. "It's not really a discussion. It's just a gentleman's agreement. Each of us will take a share," said Li Kuei. "Gentleman. Not bad. I like this name. Moreover, the distribution is reasonable." Ziqian smiled. His smile was somewhat meaningful. After a short conversation, Ziqian walked together with the 4 people. The 5 people did not talk nonsense. They took out 5 pieces of crystal and put them together. The 5 pieces of crystal successfully combined, bursting out a dazzling light. The crystal slowly floated in the air, and the broken map began to connect. The crystal stones were real, and the road map would be completed soon. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. A cold light flashed in Yanji's eyes. He took the opportunity to attack Ziqian's glabella. Puff! Ziqian's glabella was pierced, and his body fell backward. Chapter 1561. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. When the 4 of them arrived, there was no verbal communication, but they had a clear division of labor. Yanji launched an attack, and Ziqian was pierced between his eyebrows. Li Ruo went to snatch Ziqian's diamond-shaped crystal, while the other 3 went to get their own diamond-shaped crystals. During this time, they didn't communicate with words, but it was important to remember that apart from words, they also had spiritual thoughts. Huping City. I didn't expect it to really be Huping City. This was the first spiritual thought that sounded after Zi Chen's group of 5 appeared. It came from Wu Qingda. It's fate that we met. Everyone, I'm very interested in Huping City's ranking. What do you think? Yan Ji sent out a second spiritual thought. We don't care about Huping City's ranking. Don't ruin things. We'll talk about it after we gather the crystals, Li Ruo said coldly. This was the third one. The crystals are, of course, the most important. We still need to discuss this matter with everyone. After all, we should have suffered some losses in taking down Huping City's people. We need everyone to work together. You're quite the schemer. You want us to be your hired thugs. Li Ruo sneered. Everyone, let's attack together. I don't want Huping City's share. I only want the ranking. After a short exchange of words, the 4 forces finished their discussion. Then, Yan Ji volunteered to be the first to attack. The cultivators from Huping City and Shantian Prefecture exclaimed when they saw Zi Qin fall after a sneak attack. A gentleman's agreement? What nonsense! What a bunch of despicable and shameless villains! 6th stage against 4th stage, and they even used a sneak attack. This Zi Qin is probably dead. What kind of world is this? That Zi Qin actually foolishly believed in a gentleman's agreement. He deserved to be sneak attacked. For a moment, all kinds of voices were heard. Seeing this, Mo Ling curled his lips and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Now that I think about it, it's quite interesting. Beside the prefecture master, the elegant middle-aged man who had been watching this scene chuckled. The curses that resounded in Shantian Prefecture and Huping City stopped abruptly. Then, an even louder cry rang out. On the screen, Yan Ji of Yanba Castle's head suddenly left his body. His sneer and complacent expression instantly froze. He had only managed to grab the crystal that belonged to him. But in the next moment, he felt himself flying up, and then he saw a very familiar headless corpse spurting out blood. While he was still in shock, he saw a figure that should have fallen behind the headless corpse. The figure was holding a saber in his hand, a saber that flickered with a cold light. Damn it, it's Zi Qin. He cursed angrily, but could only watch as Zi Qin took the crystal that belonged to him from his hand. Swoosh! Afterward, a dazzling light flashed. In the instant that Yan Ji lost consciousness, the medallion on his body exploded, and he was forcibly teleported to the outside world. His entry token fell out, and there were 200 luck points in it. This scene also happened very quickly, so quickly that it was inconceivable. While the 3 of them were slightly stunned, Zi Qin took the crystal and retreated smoothly. He then regrouped with Manshur and the others. One must always be vigilant against others. This was Zi Qin's style all along. Zi Qin, who was used to deceiving and deceiving each other, would not believe in a gentleman's agreement. Moreover, Zi Qin had only just learned of Yan Ji's identity. While the few of them were moving forward, Dong Qing did not stay idle. She pointed out the identities of the 4 forces, one by one. This was information that she had deliberately collected some time ago. Back then, she had already given up hope that Zi Qin would come. She only hoped to know the enemy as well as herself. Previously, when Zi Qin sprained his ankle, he had borrowed the power of his doppelganger to come up with a scheme within a scheme. This sudden change caused the people in the outside world to be incomparably stunned. Then there was an earth-shattering shout. This scheme within a scheme had come at a wonderful time. Yanba Castle's 5 people had already lost one of their own. As expected of Zi Qin, what a good scheme. When the 3 leaders came to their senses, their expressions instantly turned ugly. Rays of light flashed. Zi Qin's group was immediately surrounded by others. Among them, for cultivators from Yanba Castle, looked at Zi Qin with eyes full of anger. They wanted nothing more than to tear Zichen to pieces. Yan Ji had not died at the critical moment and disappeared from this world. This meant that he had lost the opportunity to fight for a higher ranking. Now, with only 4 people left, if they encountered any of the 5 forces, they would be in danger of being completely annihilated. It could be said that Zichen's attack just now had completely destroyed Yanbo Castle's future. The people of Yanbo Castle, who had been unable to contain their excitement, saw Yan Ji teleport away through the light screen. The huge city immediately fell into a deathly silence. After a few breaths of time, angry curses began to ring out. The reason for everyone's curses was actually Zichen's treacherous and cunning. In the small world, Zichen had succeeded in his scheme. Li Meng's expression was very ugly. He stared at Zichen and said coldly, "Zichen, if you know what's good for you, quickly hand over the crystal. I can still give you a chance to escape unscathed. Otherwise, all of you can leave." The other 2 leaders' expressions were also very ugly. Zichen looked at the 3 leaders and said calmly, "You are indeed people who will do anything to achieve your goals. The 4 of you schemed against me, and you even launched a sneak attack. Although I, Zichen, am an ordinary fighter and my realm is not high, if you succeed in your scheme, then not only will I lose face, but I will also lose face for Huping Castle. Are you going to fight to the end? 5 against 19. How confident are you?" Li Meng smiled coldly. Zichen shook his head and said, "I'm not even 10% confident." Li Meng smiled proudly and said, "Then you know what's good for you. What are you going to give up?" When the proud Li Meng saw Zichen suddenly take out the token that represented giving up, a hint of mockery appeared on his face again. Zichen smiled gently and said calmly, "Indeed, I'm not even 10% confident. But, as I said earlier, I really can't afford to lose face like this." Just as everyone was dumbfounded, Zichen raised his hand and threw out the teleportation medallion. There was a hint of determination in his calm eyes as he said in a clear voice, "For my face, for Huping City's face, even though I know there is no chance of victory, I still have to fight. I have decided to use my life to protect my dignity. Do you dare to fight to the death? Do you dare to fight to the death?" Zichen's sonorous and forceful words reverberated through Shantian Prefecture and Huping Castle. For a moment, everyone's blood boiled as they cheered loudly. In Huping Castle, Lord Wu, Ling Xing, and the others were already in tears. Zichen had done this for Huping Castle again. Clap, 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 clap. Another 4 sounds came from the light screen. It was the 2 men and 2 women behind Zichen who threw out the teleportation tokens in their hands. Their gazes were as firm as Zichen's. There was only one sentence in their firm gazes. "Do you dare to fight to the death?" The 19 people in the surroundings were all dumbfounded by the scene. It was clearly just a battle without killing anyone. How did it become a battle to the death? However, they were not fools. In such a favorable situation, who would be foolish enough to fight to the death? Li Meng coldly snorted and said, "Zichen, don't waste your time. Right now, our chances of victory are greater. Why should we fight to the death with you? It's fine if you seek your own death and don't leave yourself a chance of survival. However, we reserve the right to use the teleportation tokens." Without a doubt, Li Meng's words caused a huge uproar in Shantian Prefecture. This guy with no balls and no balls is even inferior to a woman. Which city is this guy from? He's really shameless. He even dares to fight to the death with a woman, but they don't. Not only is he despicable and shameless, but he's also a coward. While the crowd was cursing, some of the more rational people kept nodding their heads. They were very appreciative of Li Meng's actions. Hu Pingqing's group of 5 already had no way out. They were like cornered dogs jumping over a wall. Why should they cut off their own path of retreat? Zichen smiled proudly and said, "This is our attitude. As for whether you participate or not, it doesn't matter. I just want to tell you that the reason why that guy from Yanba Castle didn't die wasn't because he was lucky. It was because I acted appropriately and didn't take their lives. If we fight later, our lives will be up to fate. However, at the same time, we will kill because the environment doesn't allow us to hold back." Everyone's expression changed. Li Meng said disdainfully, "You dare to boast that you can kill people? The reason Yanji left was because of your sneak attack." Zi Chen shook his head and said, "It's useless to say more. Right now, you are Zi Chen's mortal enemies. You can either leave the crystal and retreat, kill us, or be killed by us." Arrogant. "Die." Li Meng sneered and rushed toward Zi Chen. The aura of the peak of the sixth layer surged. The power of the domain world surrounded his body. A powerful pressure swept toward Zi Chen. Zi Chen's body glowed. The peak of the 4-star Thunder King physique was displayed. At the same time, the perfect domain world protected his body. His eyes were cold and murderous as he rushed toward Li Meng. In the process, Zi Chen didn't attack. He just rushed forward. In Li Meng's eyes, this scene was purely suicidal. Zi Chen's reputation in the 108 cities of Shantian Prefecture was too great. It made Li Meng very jealous. Today he had a chance to kill Zi Chen. Naturally, he wouldn't show mercy. A sword appeared in his hand. The weapon's spirit appeared in the sword, and the power of the long sword increased by several times. Then, the power of the peak of the 6th layer was injected into the long sword. The sound of the sword rang out. Li Meng held the sword and stabbed toward Zi Chen's heart. His eyes became cold. The corners of his mouth curled up. A sinister smile gradually spread. Puff! The longsword hit Zi Chen. A huge resistance appeared, but the longsword still slowly broke through Zi Chen's defense and pierced Zi Chen's body. However, this attack didn't hit Zi Chen's heart. Instead, it was 3 inches away. Zi Chen's defense was surprisingly strong. This surprised Li Meng. Then, Li Meng saw a shining saber light appear in front of him. This saber light was very bright, but not dazzling. He could see that there were a total of 4 saber lights. The first saber light fell on him and affected his defense. The strength of the attack made his expression change. The second saber light appeared and directly broke his defense. Li Meng was shocked. Chapter 1562. Zi Chen was now at the peak of the 4th tier. His sword-drawing technique could split 1 slash into 36 slashes, which could also be fused into 4 slashes. Even Domineering Blade was moved when he saw this fusion of saber techniques. Zi Chen took Li Meng's attack without dodging. Then he performed the sword-drawing technique. This was the strongest sword-drawing technique Zi Chen could perform at the moment. For slashes, the first slash reduced Li Meng's defense to the lowest level. The second slash broke through his defense. Just as Li Meng was in shock, the third slash appeared and swept past Li Meng's neck. Uffed! Li Meng's head left his body. The fourth slash landed on Li Meng's head. The slash cut open Li Meng's head and killed his life force. Swoosh! The protection token on Li Meng's body activated. The teleportation array lit up and disappeared with Li Meng's body and the 2 halves of his head. Although the teleportation went smoothly, no one could guarantee that Li Meng would still be alive after being teleported to the other side. A peak 6th tier versus a peak 4th tier. Who would have thought that Li Meng's fate would be unknown after just 1 strike? The other 2 were also shocked by such combat strength. Zi Chen turned around and looked at the 2 leaders. His eyes were slightly red. He looked like he had lost his mind and become crazy. Li Meng's long sword was still in his body. Blood flowed out of the wound and dripped to the ground. Zi Chen did not have time to pull out his sword. He immediately charged at Wu Qingde. Time was of the essence. If he did not end the battle quickly, Manshur and the other 3 might really die. However, it was obviously better for the four of them to stay together. Shang Guanhong was wrapped in green light. Her body instantly rose into the air, like a fairy scattering flowers. She waved her hand and scattered a large number of green light spots. The green light spots floated to the ground. The earth began to shake. Saplings emitting green light broke through the ground and grew at a crazy speed. In one breath, they were already 10 meters tall. After 2 breaths, they were more than 50 meters tall. After 3 breaths, they had become towering ancient trees. These ancient trees were emitting green light all over. Then, pairs of green eyes opened. In less than 4 breaths, the ancient trees were alive. As soon as the 4th breath arrived, the tree branches began to twist like spirit snakes and attack the other realms. In just 4 breaths of time, Shang Guanhong had actually created a team of tree spirits. In Huping City, when Shang Guanhong's parents saw this scene, their faces were filled with pride. Dong Qing stood in the center, surrounded by tree spirits. A green light appeared on her hand. Her long and slender, jade-like fingers were like little green fairies, jumping happily. As the seal landed, Dong Qing's jade-like finger tapped on the spot between her brows as she softly shouted, "Annihilation Spirit!" Streaks of cyan lightning flashed from between Dong Qing's eyebrows, passed through the gaps between the ancient tree spirits, and headed for the sea of consciousness of those domains. This was an area of effect attack. As soon as the words entered the minds of the domain realm cultivators, their faces instantly turned pale and their bodies slowed down. Pooh! Dong Qing, who did not manage to kill the enemy, suffered a backlash and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Die! A loud shout rang out as the figures of the domain realm cultivators slowed down. Man Shi, who had transformed into a giant, suddenly emitted an earthen yellow glow. This glow shot out from Man Shi's body and landed on the bodies of the domain realm cultivators, trapping them like cages. Man Shi took the opportunity to punch out. Boom! There was a loud tremor as a yellow cage exploded. Even the 6th stage domain realm cultivator inside exploded. Boom! Man Shi swung his fists left and right, and another fist landed. Another cage, along with the cultivator, shattered. Then, Man Shi lifted his foot and stomped forward. A cultivator who had broken through the yellow cage was stomped to the ground by Man Shi. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Man Shi stomped on another domain realm cultivator, causing him to cough up blood. However, the domain realm cultivator was lucky enough to break through Man Shi's attack range. He did not attack again. Instead, he crushed the token and was taken away by the teleportation array with a horrified expression on his face. Although the ranking of a city was important at this moment, it was clear that one's life was more important. The 3 of them coordinated their attacks. They could both attack and defend, and they were very lethal. On the other side, Wu Xie was also fighting alone. He relied on his immortal body. His fighting style was the same as Zichen's, which was exchanging lives for lives. However, he was exchanging lives more leisurely and carefree. Boom! A powerful 6th stage attack landed on Wu Xie's body, causing his body to explode instantly. However, before that cultivator could sneer, Wu Xie, who had recondensed his body, smashed his body apart. The cultivator obviously did not have Wu Xie's means. His exploded body was taken away by the teleportation array. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The Thunder King's meteorite fist broke through Wu Qingde's powerful attack. Under Wu Qingde's shocked expression, Zichen arrived in front of him. Uffed! This time, Zichen did not draw his saber. Instead, he switched to another weapon. This weapon broke Wu Qingde's defense with one strike. Zichen's body emitted a dazzling light. The light was so dazzling that the people around could not help but close their eyes. Zichen did this deliberately to prevent others from seeing Dragon Thrust's unique ability to ignore defense. However, by a stroke of luck, Zichen's actions confused many people in the Shantian prefecture. At this moment, everyone's eyes in the huge Shantian prefecture fell on the life and death battle between the 5 people from Hupingqing. On the huge light screen, Zichen's battle was all projected. The entire Shantian prefecture was dead silent. No one spoke. Everyone was looking up at the figure that looked like the god of death. The difference between a 4th stage and a 6th stage was 2 whole realms. In the eyes of the world, this was the difference between heaven and earth. However, in front of Zichen, a 4th stage cultivator killed a 6th stage cultivator with 1 strike. Even as spectators, they could see that Li Luo, who had an arrogant expression on his face and words, was not going to survive. Zichen's attack was too fast. It was faster than the reaction of the teleportation token. So Li Luo's vitality was immediately extinguished. Just as Zichen had said, if he had not killed Luo Yunyang, what would have been waiting for him would have been a counterattack. First, Li Luo had died. A moment later, Zichen had rushed toward Wu Qingde and fought someone 2 realms above him. In the eyes of the shocked crowd, Wu Qingde, who was prepared and no longer careless, should have been able to inflict a certain amount of damage on Zichen. However, who would have thought that Wu Qingde would die even faster than Li Luo? Zichen's body emitted a dazzling light. The light was still dazzling even through the light screen. So many people in Shantian Prefecture could not see clearly what was happening on the battlefield. However, when the dazzling light around Zichen dissipated, Wu Qingde, who had collapsed with a bloody hole in his chest, had clearly lost his vitality. The teleportation token, which had been activated late, left with Wu Qingde's body. Only 2 things were left on the scene. One was Wu Qingde's qualification token, which had counting points on it, and the other was Wu Qingde's diamond-shaped crystal. These 2 things could not be used to leave through the teleportation array. Zichen, who still had Li Luo's sword in his chest, walked toward the last leader with a long sword dripping with blood. Zichen, who had a ferocious expression and was covered in blood, looked like a demon at this moment. This battle had happened very quickly and ended very quickly as well. The battle had ended in only 20 breaths of time. During this 20 breaths of battle, Zichen had killed 2 leaders, seriously injured 1, and killed 3 6th-stage domain realms. Zichen, who had a brilliant battle record, was also seriously injured after 20 breaths of time. The other 4 people were also seriously injured. Around the 5 of them, none of the 20 people from before had been seen. On the ground, there were only 20 qualification tokens and 4 diamond-shaped crystals emitting light. When the battle ended, Shantian Prefecture, Huping City, and the cities where the 4 forces were located were all dead silent. For example, in the cities where the 4 forces were, many cultivators' faces were filled with disbelief. Even though they had seen it with their own eyes, they still couldn't believe that this battle, which they could see with a single glance and had such a huge disparity in strength, had ended so quickly. However, the battle had indeed ended, and they were still the ones who had lost. This also meant that the battle for the ranking of the cities had ended. The 4 forces were the first to be expelled, so it was an ironclad fact that their ranking had dropped. This ending was hard for people to accept. The seriously injured Zichen staggered forward to collect the tokens, and then turned back to pick up the teleportation tokens of the 5 people. He muttered, "It seems that I'm only suitable for life and death battles." As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen's vision turned black and he fell backward. Swoosh! A domain realm appeared and shrouded Zichen. As the domain realm was concealed, the 5 people in Huping City disappeared. There was no one left on the light screen. Yan Ji, who was sent back by Zichen, was furious and unwilling. He stayed in a mysterious space and kept cursing Zichen. He thought that Zichen was too sinister. His perfect plan had been broken, and he had suffered a great loss. "I'm waiting for you to be sent back too," Yan Ji shouted toward the sky. In less than a minute, a light appeared in this mysterious space. Yanji knew that someone had been sent out. He sneered, thinking that it must be one of the 5 people in Huping City. However, he was disappointed. It was not Zichen who was sent back, but a headless corpse. In the next moment, 2 halves of a head appeared. Yanji was shocked when he saw the other's face. It was Li Lu. He did not like Li Lu's way of doing things, but he was still an ally, so he was ready to go and check. However, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. When he appeared, a huge amount of vitality was injected into this world, which allowed him to recover quickly. However, why was there no vitality in Li Lu, who was also heavily injured? Yanji, who did not sense Li Lu's vitality, was shocked. His face was filled with disbelief because there was no vitality in Li Lu's body. He was dead. Dead. Who killed him? Just as he was feeling puzzled, the teleportation array in this space lit up again. Then, one corpse after another was teleported out. When he saw Wu Qingda's body and his subordinate's body, Yanji's face was filled with shock. He did not dare to believe that there was no trace of the people in Huping City, but he could not help but guess what had happened. The last leader appeared. After coughing out a mouthful of blood, he pointed at Yanji and said with a trembling voice, "Yanji, you've caused us so much trouble." As soon as he finished speaking, the leader fainted. Yanji, on the other hand, could not take it anymore. His vision turned black and he fainted. Chapter 1563. The first battle of the 108 cities started in Huping City. 1 force fought against 4 forces, and the battle ended in just 20 breaths. Huping City, which should have been defeated, won completely. The entire Shantian prefecture was shocked by this result. Standing on the high platform, Mo Ling, who had been watching this battle, smiled and murmured, "That's what a hot-blooded man should do." He had never praised battles that were more powerful. After all, which powerhouse didn't crawl out of a pile of corpses? This was because only a battle of life and death could stimulate a cultivator's potential to the greatest extent. The higher the realm, the greater the responsibility. In such a battle of life and death, what was the point of competing? For example, in this battle, Huping City's 5 people would definitely lose if it was a pure battle. However, in a battle of life and death, the 5 of them won completely. There were too many problems to consider. Although they won completely, Zichen's group also paid a big price and hid in their own domain to heal their injuries. Some of the other forces in the small world obeyed the gentleman's agreement, while others, like the 4 forces, chose to fight after seeing the diamond-shaped crystals successfully assembled. Zichen, who was seriously injured, took a full 7 days to recover, and the other 4 gradually recovered from their injuries. Zichen's group reappeared in the small world. When the cultivators of Shantian Prefecture and Huping City saw them, they cheered loudly. Zichen took out 5 diamond-shaped crystals. After they were assembled, they slowly floated in the air and emitted a gorgeous light. A complete road map gradually appeared. Memorizing the route, Zichen put away the crystals, and the 5 of them went to the place indicated by the road map. The place they were going to was hundreds of miles away from here, and they couldn't find it without the road map. When they arrived at the destination, Zichen took out the assembled crystals and disappeared from everyone's sight in a flash. Everyone in the outside world was curious about what was inside, but so far no one had seen it because no one had forcibly opened those restrictions. Even if someone broke the restrictions and destroyed the array later, it would become empty. However, judging from the expressions of the others, it should be something not inferior to the source of power. Boom! Energy surged and the restrictions were broken, and Zichen's figure appeared. As their gazes swept past Zichen, the 4 of them saw some crystalline fragments in front of them. Those were solidified sources of power, and their value was much greater than the previous sources of power. Although the people in the outside world already had their guesses, when they saw so many fragments of the solidified source of power, they couldn't help but gasp. Looking at the scene before them, the four of them were very puzzled. There are no corpses, so how can there be so many solidified energy sources? Chen said faintly, "The previous array formation was connected to this place and became a transition." But Wu Xia looked at the solidified source of power, then looked at Chen and asked, "But what?" Chen said, "Each of these solidified sources of power contains traces of the power of thunder." Chen said, "Man sure picked up a fragment and did not sense anything strange." He then asked, "Is there the power of thunder?" Chen said, "The power of thunder is very weak. Only the people of the Thunder Clan can sense it. There is nothing strange about that. Perhaps there were people of the Thunder Clan among the cultivators who died earlier." Man sure obviously did not care about the power of thunder. Instead, he looked at the solidified sources of power and said, "These are good things. Quickly divide and refine them. Who knows, you might be able to make a breakthrough in your strength." Chen nodded and said, "Okay, divide them immediately and refine them to make a breakthrough." In fact, Chen's group of 5 was not weak at all. However, they had to face 4 forces in the first battle. This gave them the illusion that their cultivation level was low and their combat strength was weak. That was why Manshur was anxious to make a breakthrough. There was a pool full of fragments of the source of power. Chen waved his hand and divided the source of power into 5 parts. Without a doubt, he took the least. Before the others could look at him in confusion, Chen said, "I am already close to a breakthrough. It would be a waste to take more." The other 4 did not say anything. They just silently collected the fragments of power. In the outside world, when the people heard this, they exclaimed, "Hu Pingqing is a good leader." After collecting the fragments of the source of power, Chen wielded his saber again and destroyed the formation. Because they had spent several days recovering from their injuries, and now they had to go into seclusion to make a breakthrough, Chen and the others' progress was undoubtedly slower than the others. While they were in seclusion, the other forces had already begun to explore deeper. In the outside world, a small screen of light suddenly appeared next to the Shantian Prefecture's giant screen. On the screen, a message about points appeared. Destiny City, 10,075 points. The words appeared at the top of the list, meaning that Destiny City was currently ranked first. Only Destiny City was on the list, which made the others feel very strange. But then Hidden Fog City's name appeared. With 11,000 points, the 5 of them squeezed out the first place of Destiny City. Destiny City was ranked second, and Hidden Fog City was temporarily ranked first. Now that there were 2 cities on the list, people couldn't help but wonder if the 5 of them had a total of more than 10,000 points to be on the list. Soon after, Darkness City, with more than 10,000 points, appeared in third place. They were still fighting, and the numbers on the screen were still jumping from 100 to the next. The number of people on the list was also changing. The 4th city to appear was Shantian City. As expected of the number 1 city, they squeezed out the other 2 cities at the rate of almost 1,000 points to take second place. Then, with a gap of 600 points, they followed closely behind Destiny City. If the 5 from Destiny City were to give up even a little, Shantian City would immediately catch up. Then, Goldleaf City, Blue Flame City, and some other cities with higher rankings appeared on the list. Everyone's total points reached 10,000, and they were on the list one after another. However, the top 10 spots were firmly occupied by the top 10 cities. From another perspective, it was enough to see how powerful the top 10 teams were. A number would appear next to the screen of each city on the list. It represented the city's ranking. For example, Destiny City's number was 1. Shantian City's number was 2. As for the cities that weren't on the list, there were no numbers next to the screen. For example, Huping City with less than 10,000 points, and the cities that had already been disqualified. As time passed, Zichen's group of 5 were still in closed-door cultivation. Apart from the 10 eliminated factions, 97 of the 98 cities had already made it on the list. Huping City, which the other cultivators of Shantian Prefecture had high hopes for, had less than 10,000 points. Destiny City, which had the highest number, had more than 30,000 points. Zichen was already at peak 4th level, only one step away from 5th level. It could be said that the fragments of the source of power had only allowed Zichen to break through ahead of time, but it had still taken Zichen a full 10 days. Zichen emerged from closed-door cultivation 10 days later, a powerful aura of 5th level surging around him. He'd used up all of his source of power and fragments for this breakthrough, as well as many fragments of his realm. This had nearly doubled the size of his realm. As his realm grew, so did the strength of Zichen's soul and physical body. From the peak of the 4th level to the early stage of the 5th level, it might seem like a small breakthrough, but Zichen's battle strength had increased tenfold. Now, if Zichen were to encounter the 4 forces again, it would not be too difficult for him to deal with them. Zichen could exhaust them to death with his extreme speed alone, to say nothing of anything else. Zichen's extreme speed world was also very different from those on the same level. After emerging from closed-door cultivation, Zichen calmed his mind and sensed his new combat strength. At the same time, he waited for the others to emerge. He didn't advance immediately. In this area, the leading factions were advancing in a straight line. The deeper they went, the higher the level of the exotic beasts they encountered. Of course, the contribution points they earned increased as well, along with opportunities and gains. The chances of the 2 forces meeting each other also increased. After meeting each other, some would back off out of fear, but some would not care at all. They would immediately start fighting and snatch each other's treasures. Thus, 2 more factions were expelled while Zichen was waiting. There were 96 factions left, but 97 were still ranked. Huping City still hadn't made it onto the list. As for the factions that had been disqualified, their rankings were still there, and their points weren't invalidated. However, those who'd been expelled would still have 1/10 of their points. In other words, if Destiny City, which had 30,000 points, was expelled, the faction that expelled them would gain an additional 3,000 points. That was 10 times less than when they hadn't made it onto the list. If another faction expelled Zichen and the others, then all of their points would belong to that faction. Zichen's group of 5 would belong to that faction. After waiting patiently for a few days, Manshur and the others emerged from closed-door cultivation one after another. Some of the source of power and the fragments here had allowed each of them to advance by a minor level. To be able to advance by a minor level in just half a month after entering this place was undoubtedly a great gain for them. The cultivators in Shantian Manor were also quite envious. Without the right opportunity, they might not be able to break through a minor level even after 100 years. The 5 of them continued forward in the minor world, encountering some powerful exotic beasts along the way. The luck points gained from killing them were quite abundant. 2 days later, Huping City, which had already accumulated quite a bit of luck points, finally made it onto the list. It was at 98th place, currently at the bottom. When the ranking numbers appeared in the sky above Huping City, everyone was deeply worried. They didn't know if Zichen and the others would be able to catch up with the rankings before the minor world closed. They didn't have extravagant hopes for a high ranking, but they just wanted to maintain their original 63rd place. That way, Huping City's ranking wouldn't fall. Another 3 days passed, and Zichen and the others made another discovery. This time, it was an even larger pool filled with crystalline fragments of power. These fragments glowed with multicolored light and were quite beautiful. However, Zichen still sensed the power of thunder from these fragments. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the crystallization of the source of power seemed to be due to the power of thunder. Crystallized from the source of power, It seems that we're quite lucky. Chapter 1564. Zi Qin remained unmoved when he heard the unfamiliar voice. He continued to release his spiritual senses to investigate the pool. As for Manshur and the other three, they immediately turned around and stared at the newcomers warily. There were only 5 people who had come this time, and all 5 of them were at the 6th heaven. Manshur and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this. Although all of them were at the 6th heaven, it indirectly proved that the city they were in was not ranked very high and did not receive the latest news about the competition. Although it was too arbitrary to use the ranking of the city to determine the combat power, it was true that most of the time. For example, if the 5 people in front of them met the 5 people from Shantian Prefecture, they would turn around and leave even if the latter were at the 5th domain realm. Manshur looked down on these 5 fellows from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, after these 5 people recognized their origins, how could they take them to heart? If you know what's good for you, forfeit and leave immediately so that you don't get hurt in the battle later. The newcomers were very arrogant. The leader even looked down at Manshur and the other 3 and said disdainfully. The other 4 people looked at the power source fragments with greed in their eyes. Zi Qin was the leader of many forces in the Mana realm. However, only a few dozen people had made it out alive. Therefore, not all forces were aware of Zi Qin's methods. I thought you only wanted the power source fragments. I didn't expect you to want our tokens too. Wu Xie's lips curled into a sinister smile. He said coldly, "Well, I'm also interested in your lucky points. I was worried that I wouldn't know how to ask. Since you are so direct, I'll be direct too. Hand over your lucky points and leave. I won't let you forfeit. With just the few of you?" The newcomers curled their lips in disdain. Manshur stared and said, "So what? We can all fight above our level." The leader's eyes were filled with disdain. "Idiot, do you think we are ordinary 6th domain realm cultivators? If you can fight above your level, why can't we? To put it bluntly, you are equivalent to a 6th domain realm cultivator, while we are equivalent to a 7th domain realm cultivator." This was the confidence of the participating cultivators. All of them could fight above their level. Zi Qin withdrew his spiritual senses from the power fragment. He was now absolutely certain that the reason the power fragment had crystallized was because of the thunderbolt power it contained. Without the power of thunder, not only would these sources of power not crystallize, they wouldn't even take shape. Once they took shape, they would be transported to their final destination through the array. However, Zi Qin was still unclear as to why these lightning bolts were blocking his path. Perhaps Shantian Hall had done this intentionally for the sake of their trial, or perhaps it had appeared unintentionally. After getting up, Zi Qin turned around and looked at the 5 people. He could see the greedy expressions of the 5 people. Moreover, these people were all unfamiliar faces, and there was no friendship between them. He knew that they had already wasted a lot of time. Time was running out, so he didn't waste any more time. With a flash, Zi Qin disappeared from the energy fragment. Just as the leader of the other party felt a dangerous aura approaching, a fist covered in lightning appeared in front of him. The fist contained immense power, and the leader could only roar and attack. However, because it was a hasty fight, he naturally couldn't exert his strength to the limit, so he was knocked back with a punch. Zi Qin's figure appeared, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He flashed forward and punched again. Boom! Heaven and earth shook again, and the leader who had just been sent flying was sent flying again. Zi Qin seemed to have teleported, and his figure flashed and disappeared. Every time he appeared right in front of the leader who was sent flying backward and punched his face. The leader could only defend passively. Otherwise, the powerful punch would definitely have blown his head off. Under the watch of the cultivators of Shantian Hall, the leader was completely suppressed by Zi Qin, and he had no room to fight back from the beginning to the end. After taking 10 punches from Zi Qin, His defense was broken many times, and he coughed up blood, but he still didn't choose to withdraw. Zi-Chen's expression became colder and colder. The void behind him broke open, and a huge fist appeared. The fist was like the falling Thunder Xingqian, exuding a power that could destroy heaven and earth. The leader, who was already injured, was scared out of his wits after seeing this fist, and immediately crushed the teleportation token. Boom! In the instant his body was teleported, he was still struck by the fist light. Cautious sounds of bone shattering kept ringing out, and blood spurted out like it was free of charge. There were even fragments of his internal organs mixed in. Why did you have to be seriously injured before leaving? Zi-Chan went forward and picked up the token. He swiped it with one hand and found that there were only a few hundred points, which made him feel a little surprised. After walking for so long, it was reasonable to say that the other party should have at least a few thousand points. After Zi-Chen's achievement, the battle on the other side also ended. Although everyone could fight above their level, it depended on who had the most level. The 5 people on the other side also had some spiritual bodies, but they weren't pure. Even if they were 1 level higher than Manshur, the mountain spirit, they were still suppressed by him. This was the advantage of some special existences. The later the stage, the stronger their combat power. Not to mention, when the Earth realm reached the end, it was the world of those special existences and higher life forms. Motherf *Ker, what kind of broken toy is this? You look like a human, but I didn't expect you to only have 300 points on you. You don't even have as many points as the previous few guys. Just as Zi-Chen was counting his points, Manshur's cursing voice rang out from behind him. Shang Guanhong said, I have 367 points. Dong Qing continued, mine is less than 400. I have 490 points. Wu Xia looked back at Zi-Chen and asked, how many do you have? A little over 500. Zi-Chen walked over. They hadn't collected the power fragments in the pool yet. We've been walking for so long. It shouldn't be so little. Each of us has a few thousand points. They're so annoying, but they only have a few hundred points. Manshur was very confused. Maybe they were lucky and didn't encounter too many strange beasts, Wu Xia said casually. After collecting the power fragments, the 5 of them continued on their way. Naturally, they would encounter strange beasts along the way, because the strange beasts they encountered along the way were at least at the 5th level. Every time they killed a strange beast at this level, they would get 100 points. No, something's definitely wrong. Even if they were lucky and didn't encounter too many exotic beasts, as long as they encountered a few, they would have several hundred points. Manshur suddenly said as he looked at the rapidly increasing number of points beside an exotic beast's corpse. Manshur's sudden words caused the other 3 people to raise their eyebrows. Zi-Chen smiled and said, since they're using this to determine the city's ranking, they can't possibly give all of their gains to us, right? If that's the case, how are we going to determine the rankings? Don't tell me we're going to use who gets expelled first to calculate the rankings? Manshur chuckled and said, if that's really the case, then that's good. Yanba Castle was the first to be expelled, and it ranked at the bottom 108. This time, I don't know how much their city's ranking will drop. Wu Xia also smiled and said, Yanba Castle is a tragedy. In Shentian Prefecture, when they heard Hu Pingqing's group ridiculing the cultivators of Yanba Castle, they all roared with laughter. To be precise, after encountering Hu Pingqing, Yanba Castle became a tragedy. Presumably at this moment, the higher-ups of Yanba Castle wanted to cry their hearts out. Without stopping, Zi-Chen's group continued forward. After about 300 miles, they heard the roars of strange beasts and the angry shouts of cultivators. Someone's fighting. The 4 of them turned to look at Zi-Chen. Dong Qing withdrew his spiritual thoughts and said, the other party's situation is not good. A cold look appeared on Zi Chen's face. With such people eyeing us covetously, the situation is naturally not good. There's so many strange beasts here, and there are counting points everywhere. Why are they always eyeing other people's things instead of fighting for them? Zi Chen's group headed toward the battle. By the time they arrived, the battle between the people and the strange beasts had already ended. The 5 cultivators were severely injured, and there were dozens of strange beasts' corpses around them. There was no lack of 6th domain realm cultivators among them. However, at this moment, the 5 injured people had no time to clean up the battlefield. Instead, they stood back to back and stared angrily in front of them. There were 10 cultivators from 2 factions standing there, looking at the 5 injured people with mocking expressions. At first, when we asked for your help, you didn't. You just watched from the sidelines. Now that we've killed those strange beasts, why are you here? The leader of the faction said coldly. Of course, we're here to take our counting points. One of the people on the other side laughed. The 4 of them looked angry, but the leader said decisively, All right, we'll give you all these counting points. Let us go. However, the leader shook his head and said, How can we do that? There are 10 of us. How can these counting points be enough? I want all of your counting points, and then I'll ask you to leave this place. The 5 of them were furious when they heard that, but the other 10 people were laughing loudly. Lu Zongqing, 10,000 Origin City. Birds of a feather flock together indeed. I feel nauseous and disgusted when I see you from afar. A cold voice was suddenly heard. Zi Chen appeared with 4 people. These 2 factions happened to be the factions that had been destroyed by Huping City in the prefecture realm back then. Yes, it's you. The other party recognized Zi Chen's group at a glance when they saw them. The leader sneered and said, People from Huping City. Humph, you've come at the right time. Let's settle our grudges today. Seeing that another faction had arrived, and it was someone from Huping City, the 5 injured people were overjoyed. What do we do now? Beside them, a heavily injured cultivator whispered. The leader gritted his teeth and said, No matter what, we have to stop these 5 people. I hope they can finish off one faction quickly. Their realms aren't high. Can they do it? The cultivator beside him was unsure. The other 3 people also looked doubtful. Even the leader was not sure, but he still said, If the city lord says they can do it, they definitely can. Chapter 1565. Wan Yuan City and Lu Zongqing had caused a lot of trouble for Zi Qin and the rest back in the prefecture domain. Wan Yuan City had plotted against Zi Qin and the rest, and had almost caused the entire Huping City to be wiped out. Zi Qin and the rest had luckily survived. However, other than them, Wang Jun and the rest had all died in that battle. It was not an exaggeration to say that both sides had old grudges. Zi Qin, who was in a hurry, did not waste any more time and directly attacked. His first target was the leader of Wan Yuan City. His figure disappeared and then reappeared, displaying his might at lightning speed. Unexpectedly, Zi Qin appeared in front of the leader and punched. The power of the domain realm was mobilized by him, and this punch contained a powerful energy wave. Facing Zi Chen's powerful attack, the leader of Wan Yuan City began to retreat. Swoosh! After forcing the leader of Wan Yuan City to retreat again, a shining saber light appeared in front of Zi Qin. This saber light instantly split into 45 saber lights and swept towards the leader of Wan Yuan City in a fan shape. The leader of Wan Yuan City, who was unable to react in time due to Zi Chen's attack, faced the 45 saber lights head-on. Before all the saber lights landed on him, the teleportation token was automatically activated and his figure disappeared. After breaking through to the 5th stage domain realm, Zi Chen's combat strength was much stronger than before. It was not difficult for him to deal with a 6th stage domain realm leader. After dealing with the leader of Wan Yuan City, his figure flashed and disappeared again. A powerful attack swept across the place where he had just disappeared, and the leader of Lu, Zongqing, failed again. Previously, when Zichun was attacking the leader of Wanyuan City, he had continuously attacked Zichen. Although Zichen's back was facing him, he seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He had firmly locked on to the leader of Wanyuan City, but all his attacks missed. After dealing with the leader of Wanyuan City, Zichun turned around and looked coldly at the leader of Lu Zongqing. The void behind him broke open, and a dazzling, thunderous fist light appeared. The Thunder King meteorite fist was unleashed. After a few full-force strikes, the leader of Lu Zongqing's body exploded and disappeared from this world. The 5 heavily injured people stared dumbfoundedly at the battle in front of them. They stared at the 5 powerful people. The battle ended quickly. Zichun picked up the counting token and began to count the numbers on it. Zichun obtained more than 2,000 points from the 2 leaders' tokens. Wu Xie and the other 3 also gained something. After all the points were taken away, Hu Pingqing's group of 5 already had 20,000 points. Their ranking had also advanced by 10 places, and they were now in the 80s. In first place, Destiny City had already surpassed 60,000 points. It was 5 against 10, and they had easily finished the battle. The 5 heavily injured people were shocked and stood there in a daze. After collecting the counting points, Zichun did not intend to be polite with them and turned to leave. Wait. The heavily injured leader suddenly spoke up. Zichun turned around and looked at him. We're from Luguangcheng. Thank you for your help. The leader cupped his fist sincerely. A trace of surprise flashed in Zichun's eyes, but he smiled warmly. I didn't expect you to be an ally. I'm friends with Fu Wei from Luguangcheng. This time, it's purely because I can't stand the 2 factions. You're welcome. Oh, by the way, is Fu Wei doing well? He's doing very well. He just didn't have the chance to participate in this competition, the Luguangcheng leader replied. Within Luguangcheng, Fu Wei was immensely proud to hear that Zichen was his friend. All of Luguangcheng's cultivators were filled with gratitude toward Zichen's group. You're all heavily injured. Heal as soon as possible, Zichen said and prepared to leave. Domain realm cultivators tended to their wounds in the domain world after being heavily injured, so they didn't need to be on guard duty. Manshur and the others nodded at them and left with Zichen. After a moment of hesitation, the leader called out again, Zichen, wait. Yes? Zichen turned around and looked at the young man who had called out to him for the second time. The Luguangcheng leader had a determined look on his face. He looked at Zichen and said, Before we encountered this wave of strange beasts, we found a strange place. Is there a fragment of power there? Wu Xie asked. He didn't seem to care. The leader shook his head and said, I can't say for sure. We didn't dare to go near it. There were many strange beasts there, and most of them were 6th stage. I suspect there were 7th stage domain realm beasts as well. 7th stage domain realm. Zichen was surprised to hear this. According to the rules of the competition, only those below the 7th stage domain realm were qualified to participate. Although there was no competition this time and they were only here for a trial, there should be a limit to the trial. They hadn't reached the depths yet, so the 6th stage domain realm should be the limit. However, it didn't make sense for 7th stage domain realm beasts to appear in such a place. While pondering, Zichen was curious about that place. He looked up at the leader and said, You mean the leader didn't just say this to express his gratitude for helping them? The Luguangcheng leader didn't put on an act and said directly, Cooperation. I want to cooperate with you. When we reach the place, if we really find something, I hope we can split it 70, 30. We'll take 30%. Zichen smiled and said, Lead the way. If we really find something, we'll split it 50, 50. The Luguangcheng leader, Lu Ming, didn't argue and immediately led the way. As for the other 4, they entered his domain realm to treat their injuries. After walking for about 200 miles, Zichen arrived at the place Lu Ming had mentioned. There were many strange beasts gathered there. Using his spiritual senses, he found that the weakest among them was at the 5th stage domain realm. The group of strange beasts were either squatting or lying down together. They didn't move around like the other strange beasts. The arrival of Zichen's group attracted the strange beasts' attention. They all turned around and stared at Zichen's group with a hint of bloodlust in their eyes. "You heal first." Zichen patted Lu Ming's shoulder and said, "Is this appropriate?" Lu Ming hesitated. There were nearly 200 strange beasts in front of them. Half of them were at the 5th stage domain realm, and the other half were at the 6th stage domain realm. Zichen only had 5 people, and all 5 of them were at the 5th stage domain realm. "It's fine." Zichen removed his hand from Lu Ming's shoulder and chuckled. He then charged at the group of strange beasts that were already on high alert. Lu Ming stood behind in a daze, watching Zichen charge at the hundreds of strange beasts alone. Boom! Zichen charged into the group of strange beasts. Waves of energy began to surge, like a meteor crashing into the ground. Energy fluctuations visible to the naked eye spread in all directions. Many strange beasts were sent flying by Zichen just like that. Swoosh! Zichen, who was moving forward, appeared next to a strange beast. 2 of his fingers formed a sword and pointed at the beast's forehead. Puff! To Lu Ming and the others, the skull was the toughest part of a strange beast's body. However, in front of Zichen, it was like tofu. It was instantly pierced through. After piercing through the strange beast's forehead, Zichen's figure dissipated. His real body had already turned into an afterimage. His real body had already entered the depths and pierced through the foreheads of 3 strange beasts. Whoosh! After killing several strange beasts in a row, the other strange beasts came to their senses and attacked Zichen. In the next moment, the sound of a sword being unsheathed rang out, and a flash of blade light flashed past. Dozens of saber lights shot out in all directions, piercing through the bodies of the exotic beasts one by one. They were sent flying in all directions by the powerful force. Zichen was invincible among those of the same level. These 5th stage strange beasts could do nothing to him. Manshi, Wuxia, and Dongqing followed, but their speed was not as fast as Shang Guanhong. Shang Guanhong did not attack. She just swept forward in a straight line and immediately overtook Zichen. After arriving at a place where strange beasts were densely gathered, she immediately opened her domain world and enveloped dozens of strange beasts. Is she crazy? Lu Ming, who was behind her, could not help but let out a strange cry when he saw this scene. It should be known that among the dozens of strange beasts, there were no less than 26 stage strange beasts. Moreover, she was only at the mid-stage of the 5th stage domain realm. How could she deal with more than 26 stage strange beasts? In Lu Ming's opinion, these strange beasts were much more powerful than humans in terms of combat strength. However, in Shang Guanhong's opinion, strange beasts were obviously easier to deal with than humans because humans had their own domain worlds. It would be very troublesome to fight them, but strange beasts did not. Manshi, Wuxia, and Dongqing also displayed combat strength that shocked Lu Ming. If Lu Ming was only shocked when the 5 of them fought against 10 people and ended the battle easily, then he was completely convinced when he saw the crazy massacre before his eyes again. There was really no comparison between people. In the outside world, the attention of the Shantian Prefecture cultivators also fell on Huping City's team again. It seemed like this team could surprise them from time to time. Putting aside the question of whether Shang Guanhong could kill so many mutated beasts after subduing them, the number behind Huping City's name in the sky was jumping in a straight line. They were originally ranked 88th, but in the next moment they were ranked 86th. After another jump, they were ranked 84th again. As those 6-stage strange beasts were killed, the number began to increase by the thousands. Ping City's ranking also jumped rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it jumped from 84th to 74th. Moreover, 74th was just a transition. After another jump, it jumped to 64th. At this moment, Ping City was only one place away from their true ranking of 63rd. For Ping City, a ranking of 64th was already quite good. They could happily accept it, even if they dropped one place this time. However, there were probably close to 100 six-stage strange beasts here. If each one was worth 1,000 points, they would be able to obtain 100,000 points after killing all of them. At this moment, Destiny City, which was ranked first, had just surpassed 90,000 points. Pingqing only stayed at the 64th position for 10 breaths of time, and after 10 breaths of time, he suddenly jumped to the 50th position. In Ping City, a group of cultivators, including the upper echelons, cheered loudly when they saw the 50th place. Chapter 1566. Just like that, Pingqing's ranking skyrocketed. In the outside world, there were many cultivators who were witnessing this. Seeing the ranking rise like a rocket, they were also excited. In the minor world, Lu Ming stood dumbly at the back, too busy to treat his wounds. He was the only witness to Zi Chen's team's meteoric rise in points. His Adam's apple wriggled with difficulty, only to discover that his throat was extremely dry. He'd been stunned so many times by Zi Chen's team's fighting style that he was almost petrified. Utter defeat. The 5 of them had faced off against a pack of beasts, and the beasts had been routed. This was unbelievable. But seeing it with his own eyes, Lu Ming had no choice but to believe it. The battle ended not long after. Zi Chen's team had expended a great deal of energy and suffered some injuries during the battle. But those injuries were completely negligible compared to their battle record. Looking at the sea of corpses and the points floating in the air, Lu Ming felt as if he'd been petrified. Every expression on his face was incomparably stiff. In the outside world, the cultivators of Shantian Prefecture who'd raised their heads stared dumbly, as if they'd been petrified as well. Their gazes were all focused on the rankings. Furthermore, they were all focused on the first place. Ping City was ranked first with 138,765 points. After the slaughter, Pingqing's ranking had shot up from 88th to first place. Although Destiny City and Xuantian's numbers were still rising, and it was only a matter of time before they surpassed Pingqing's, it seemed that Pingqing was still in first place for now. The entire city fell into a deathly stillness. Their wish had been not to fall too far in the rankings. They'd been satisfied at 64th, even if it meant dropping one place. They'd gone crazy at 50th, thinking that everything in the world had become beautiful. When they saw the number stop at the number 1 position, they were all speechless. That was because this number was something that they had never even thought about. However, before they could take first place and bask in its glory, Pingqing's ranking changed again. This time, it dropped from first place to 30th. What's going on? Why did it drop so much all of a sudden? Everyone stared at the rankings in the sky, puzzled. When they looked at the screen again, Zi Chen had drawn 50,000 points and walked toward Lu Ming, his voice echoing throughout the city. We agreed on a 50-50 split. Here are 50,000 points for you. 50,000 points. Even with Lu Ming's strength at peak 6th level, he was still shocked by the number. He wasn't the only one. Everyone in Luguang, too, couldn't help but gasp when they heard the number. After all, Lu Guangqing and the other 4 only had slightly more than 10,000 points in total. They were ranked 93rd, but Zi Chen had given them 50,000 points in one go. How could they not be shocked? In the small world, Lu Ming, who was shocked, quickly waved his hand and said, No, I can't take this. Zi Chen said, We agreed to split it 50-50, but we did put in a lot of effort, so we got more than 10,000 points more than you. These points aren't much. Even at this point, Lu Ming still shook his head. resolutely refusing to take it. Zi-Chen said in a deep voice, "Take it. If I'm not wrong, you should have something else on you. Take it out quickly." Lu Ming was stunned when he heard that. Looking at Zi-Chen's determined eyes, he didn't argue anymore and took the 50,000 points. Then, Lu Guangqing's ranking jumped to 43rd. Indeed, Zi-Chen is our Luguang city's lucky star. Seeing that the city lord of Luguang's ranking had jumped, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. At the very least, they didn't have to worry about the city's ranking falling. After taking the points, Lu Guangqing took out a glowing jade pendant. Lu Ming handed the jade pendant to Zi-Chen. After releasing his spiritual senses, Zi-Chen saw a route map in the jade pendant. The destination of the route map was just ahead. Zi-Chen took the jade pendant and walked forward. After walking for about 500 meters, his figure disappeared. Mansher and the others stayed in place and waited. However, after a full 15 minutes, Zi-Chen still didn't appear. Their expressions changed immediately. They were about to rush forward when a powerful aura suddenly surged in front of them. The powerful aura rushed out from a broken restriction and surged in all directions. Everything was destroyed where the energy passed. At the same time, along with the appearance of the energy, there was an angry roar and a battered figure. Bang! The battered figure fell to the ground, creating a deep pit. It was Zi-Chen. However, as soon as he stood up, his expression changed, and he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. The blood was golden, but there were specks of black light in it. Everyone's expression changed when they saw this. Mansher and the others went up to support Zi-Chen and looked forward. They saw an exotic beast appear in front of them. It was as big as a small mountain. Judging from the aura around it, it had surpassed the 6th level and was very far from the 7th level. It really is the 7th level. Seeing this, Lu Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. Behind the mountain-like figure was a huge lake. There was no liquid in the lake, only many crystal fragments that emitted colorful light. These fragments were naturally power fragments. However, they were the most power fragments that Zi-Chen and the others had ever seen. There were really too many. There were so many that when all the cultivators in Shantian Prefecture saw the power fragments in such a huge lake, they couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Even Mo Ling, who had been very calm all this time, was moved. Good heavens! Lu Ming swallowed his saliva and was shocked. Looking at Zi-Chen and the others, they were relatively calm and even had serious expressions. Although there were many power fragments here, the premise was whether they could kill this big guy completely. Among the people present, only Zi-Chen could sense that there was something unusual about the huge lake in front of them. Not only did they have power fragments, but they also contained 2 extremely powerful forces. One was the power of thunder that Zi-Chen had sensed earlier. In this place, the power of thunder was even purer and purer, even purer than the power of the fragments. As for the other force, its quality was not inferior to the lightning energy at all. It could even be said that the 2 forces were restraining each other and fighting against each other. It was a foreign force, and among the humans here, only Zi-Chen could sense it. Zi-Chen did not understand why these 2 forces were fighting against each other, and he could not figure it out. At this moment, he threw away all the distracting thoughts in his mind because there would be a fierce battle, a truly fierce battle. Lu Ming could also see the seriousness of the situation. Logically speaking, a place like this should not be attacked by 2 forces. However, at this point, it was too late to look for other forces. He could only call out the 4 people who were still healing. When the 4 of them appeared and saw the battle in front of them, they naturally sucked in a breath of cold air. They coveted the power fragments, but this big guy was obviously more difficult to deal with. When the battle began, Zi-Chen was still the first to launch an attack. However, this time his extreme speed was suppressed, and Zi-Chen, who had just charged forward, was hit and sent flying. Man sure shouted and activated the mountain spirit tyrant body, charging toward the 7th level mutated beast. Wu Xia followed closely behind, followed by the others. A fierce battle broke out. In the deepest part of this small world, there was a mysterious space. This space was like a void, and there was nothing around it. However, if one had extraordinary divine abilities, they would be able to see that in the void there were many densely packed thin lines. These thin lines were a type of restriction power and could be said to be the restriction law. These restriction powers turned this place into a huge net, denser than a fisherman's net, completely enveloping this place. At the center of this restriction, there were 2 balls of light. In one of the balls of light stood a tall man. To be precise, he was only a humanoid creature, because there were 3 pairs of wings on his back, making a total of 6 wings. His body was glowing, releasing the light of a foreign race's power. If Zi-chan were here, he would definitely be able to tell that this was the foreign race's power that he had sensed clashing with the power of lightning. At this moment, this humanoid creature was staring at the ball of light in front of him. If looks could kill, then the existence in the ball of light would have died many years ago. In the ball of light, there was a strange-looking little beast lying on its stomach. This little beast was less than a meter long, but it had a majestic dragon head. Its Qilin figure was a little like the Longhu sovereign, but it looked even more majestic. Moreover, the light emitted from its body was silver, and that was the pure light of lightning. The majestic little beast with long dragon whiskers was lying there motionless, and it looked a little dispirited. On the opposite side, the humanoid creature looked at the majestic little beast and said coldly, "Your power is almost gone. Let's see how long you can last." The majestic little beast opened its eyes, glanced at the humanoid creature, and closed its eyes once again. "You didn't expect it, did you? Now that things have come to this, I'm the one who has persevered. Seeing a lightning sacred beast like you about to die can be considered a great blessing in life." The majestic little beast ignored the humanoid creature, and the latter muttered to himself. Ever since he had been trapped by the lightning sacred beast, he had often muttered to himself, but he wasn't as excited as he was now. "Your power has spread out to prevent me from recovering, but what can you do? You're heavily injured, and your power is no match for me. Now that your power is gradually dissipating, my power will become even stronger. Even if I can recover a bit of my power, you'll still die without a doubt. If I'm in a good mood at that time, I might not kill you, but take you as my mount. Using a sacred beast as a mount wouldn't be a disgrace. Our power has been clashing in many places. Although we're evenly matched now, I believe that it won't be long before your power is exhausted." The humanoid creature seemed very proud, because he had been waiting for this day for a long time. However, he also felt a little resentful. If that fellow had a little more guts, he wouldn't have to suffer, and would have subdued the lightning sacred beast long ago. Just as his proud laughter resounded in this spacious area, his laughter suddenly came to an abrupt stop. His excited expression froze, and his complexion greatly changed. "My power? Why is there a bit of my power missing?" The lightning sacred beast suddenly opened its eyes, and light flickered in its eyes. Chapter 1567. The fierce battle finally ended after paying a huge price. The 7th stage exotic beast lost its vitality and collapsed with a loud bang. In this battle, there were no less than hundreds of wounds on the exotic beast's body. Blood was gushing out from every wound, but the most fatal one was the huge bloody hole in its jaw that went straight to its head. This bloody hole was covered by the others. Zi-chin had risked his life to create it. Fortunately, his attack was successful. Otherwise, Zi-chan would have been torn to pieces by the 7th stage exotic beast. In this battle, Zi-chin and the others were all seriously injured. Wu Xia's injuries were the most serious, Because he had an immortal body, he was once again used as cannon fodder by Zichen. Next were Zi, Qin, and Manshur. In comparison, Shan Guanhong and Dongqing were slightly better. Looking at Lu Guangqing's group of 5, only Lu Ming was left. The other 4 had activated their teleportation tokens and left. As for whether they were still alive, it was unknown. Just as the 7th stage exotic beast died, Zichen, who was about to fall, suddenly saw 2 balls of light floating out of the huge lake in front of him. The 2 balls of light represented 2 kinds of power. They were the 2 kinds of power that Zichen had sensed earlier. At the same time, they rushed toward Zichen and merged into Zichen's body. These 2 kinds of power were very pure and very powerful. Zichen didn't have time to react at all. After the power entered his body, it began to wreak havoc inside. Helpless, Zichen could only sit down cross-legged and control his domain world to forcibly absorb these 2 kinds of power and refine them in his domain world. These 2 balls of light looked very small, but the power contained in them was very pure. Seeing Zichen sitting cross-legged, the others didn't know what was going on, but they didn't disturb him. Instead, they staggered toward the large pile of power fragments. Immediately after, the 4 of them and Lu Ming used the pure power in the power fragments to heal their injuries. Such a scene left the outside world speechless. This was too extravagant. Just as these 2 kinds of power entered Zichen's body, the 2 beings in the balls of light in the depths of the lake felt the power disappear. The expression of the 6-winged being became somewhat unsightly. The light in the eyes of the lightning holy beast disappeared, and it lay down on the ground again. The confused outsider began to ponder the situation. A moment later, he suddenly laughed loudly. Ha ha ha! Someone who can take away my power must be one of us. He then looked coldly at the lightning saint beast and said, "This time, you are completely finished." The lightning saint beast curled its lips and remained silent. The power of the strange races was indeed very strange, but the power of the Thunder Clan was not to be underestimated. Now that both of their powers had disappeared, it was hard to say who would be the one to win. In Zichen's domain world, after these 2 forces were injected, they still had their own spirituality and were still resisting Zichen's refinement. It turned out that the 2 forces had turned Zichen's body into another battlefield. Zichen didn't get angry. He just smiled faintly as hundreds of sharp blades that completely destroyed the laws of nature appeared in his domain world. These sharp blades continuously slashed at the 2 forces. After hundreds of attacks, the 2 forces were scattered one after another, and the spirituality within them was completely destroyed. Only then did Zichen start to refine these forces. During this time, Zichen's powerful physique was also recovering from its injuries. Apart from Zichen, the first one to recover from his injuries was Lu Ming. After recovering from his injuries, he left the lake full of power fragments and stood outside to protect the 4 people. His strength had already reached the peak of the 6th layer, and once he broke through, he would reach the 7th layer. At that time, he would lose the qualification to participate in this competition. If it were someone else, and the opportunity to break through was right in front of them, they would definitely choose to break through instead of participating in this competition. However, Lu Ming couldn't do that. He came here with a mission, and this mission was much more important than breaking through. Therefore, even if the opportunity to break through was right in front of him, he still chose to ignore it. Lu Ming, who didn't care about whether he should break through or not, didn't know that when some other cultivators at the peak of the 6th layer obtained an opportunity to break through to the 7th layer, the teleportation token on his body automatically activated and disappeared with his body. When one reached the 7th layer, the token would be activated and they would be forcibly teleported away. For Manshur and the other 3, they didn't have to worry so much. They were only at the middle of the 5th layer, and they were too far away from the 7th layer. Even if they refined all the power fragments, it wouldn't be enough for them to break through to the 7th layer. Not to mention the 7th layer. Even the 6th layer was impossible. Therefore, Lu Ming stood there and protected the 4 of them for a whole month. After a month, the 4 of them shook with traces of power, and this power directly caused the energy of heaven and earth to riot. The 4 of them turned into 4 vortexes, and the power fragments around them exploded one after another, turning into pure power and entering the vortexes. This is a breakthrough. Lu Ming was stunned when he saw this. A month ago, the 4 of them had just entered the middle of the 5th layer, but in just a month they broke through again. This breakthrough speed was too fast, wasn't it? In contrast to Lu Ming's shock, the cultivators outside were in an uproar when they saw the 4 of them break through again. It should be known that these people had just broken through not long ago. Although the others occasionally had breakthroughs when they were training in the small world, it was definitely not as fast as the 4 of them. However, the 4 of them did break through, but the price was that they used up all the power fragments. The price was so great that it made people speechless, and Ziqin just happened to refine the 2 powers at this time. Fortunately, his realm did not break through, and he only reached the peak of the early stage, which made people feel a little better. However, the others didn't know that Ziqin's breakthrough to the peak of the early stage was even more shocking than the 4 of them breaking through a small realm. This was because Ziqin's breakthrough was accompanied by a unified improvement of the perfect series around him, and his battle strength increased exponentially. After refining the 2 types of energy, Ziqin opened his eyes and saw the 4 people who were overjoyed after breaking through. Then he saw the empty lake and frowned slightly. He stood up and asked, "Where are the energy fragments?" The 4 of them who were still happy couldn't help but feel embarrassed because they had used up all the power fragments. Ziqin said unhappily, "We agreed to split them 50-50. Lu Ming hurriedly said, "It's not a problem. I'm the only one left, and those power fragments are useless to me. Giving them to me is just saving them, so it's better to give them to break through." Lu Ming had already chosen to give up on those power fragments a month ago. Now that Ziqin mentioned it again, his mood became better. If Ziqin didn't mention it, even if he was willing to give them up, he would still feel a little disappointed. In fact, Lu Ming's idea was very simple. He would follow Ziqin and the other 4 and use Ziqin as a big tree to improve Lu Guangqing's ranking. This time, Lu Ming's mission was not to advance, but to maintain his ranking. And since they hadn't fought for a whole month, their ranking had already fallen. Lu Ming obviously didn't care much about the power fragments, so Ziqin didn't pursue it. "Are we going to go deeper next?" Manshur asked. "No, we're going to look for someone next," Ziqin said. "Someone? Who are we looking for?" The others didn't understand. "We're looking for the right people." Shentian City was still in 2nd place, and their total points had surpassed 300,000. It was an enormous number. Currently, they were only 5,000 points away from 1st place, Destiny City. 5,000 points was only enough to kill 5 6th-level exotic beasts. Shentian Dao was sitting on a hill, leaning against a giant boulder. He was chewing on a stalk of dried grass and looking up at the blue sky. Beside him was an open flask of wine, its fragrance wafting out. A 5th-level cultivator was roasting meat clumsily at the foot of the hill. Ever since he'd met Ziqin, he'd been drinking a little in his spare time. In this small world, many forces appeared to be very anxious for the sake of ranking. They were racing against time to snatch the counting points. Shentian Dao's team was the only exception, drinking and chatting leisurely. They didn't look like they were here for training, but for sightseeing. Even so, Shentian Dao remained in 2nd place, closely following 1st place. At the same time, Shentian Dao's cultivation had increased by a minor level. "I wonder how Ziqin and the others are doing." Spitting out the stalk of grass, Shentian Dao stretched and sat up straight. He picked up the flask of wine and glanced at the busy cultivator below. "Are you done yet?" "Almost, almost." The clumsy cultivator was flustered by Shen Tiandao's question. He even felt a little wronged. Indeed, a mighty domain realm cultivator had never personally cooked something like this. After taking a sip of wine, Shen Tiandao shook his head. "You guys just lack experience. I remember someone saying that you can't drink to your heart's content without meat. You're all grumbling when I ask you to roast meat. You think you're all high and mighty. But in my opinion, you're just biting off more than you can chew and biting off more than you can chew." Shen Tiandao gazed into the distance, while his thoughts flew to the domain realm. He recalled the battles that had taken place in the past. After living for so many years, Shen Tiandao admired the most. In the past, it was old Shen Tiandao who was his master. However, after meeting Ziqin, he began to admire Ziqin. Thus, he began to lecture the four of them. "Ziqin is the strongest cultivator I've ever seen in the same realm. Back in the domain realm, although we didn't fight, I knew I wasn't Ziqin's match as we fought together." The fortune teller didn't say anything, but I saw the admiration and reverence in his eyes when he looked at Ziqin. I think he also knows he's no match for Ziqin. Chapter 1568. Shen Tiandao leaned back against the rock and looked up at the sky. "You guys haven't gone out to train enough. If you train more, you'll know that there's always someone better out there." Listening to Shen Tiandao's lecture was a common occurrence. The other four were already used to it and chose to ignore him. However, the cultivators who were grilling the meat were somewhat dissatisfied. Shen Tiandao always used Ziqin to lecture them, but he didn't do anything and only arranged for them to do it. This time, when someone used Ziqin to counter Shen Tiandao, the latter smiled faintly and said, "Ziqin is also a leader. He can't do everything himself. Besides, Ziqin isn't only good at fighting and grilling meat, he's also very good at commanding. It's obvious that I'm more inclined to command now." That cultivator was instantly speechless. When Shen Tiandao was paying attention to the development of the 5 people from Shen Tiandao, the name Ziqin was the name he heard the most from Shen Tiandao. They used to look down on Ziqin, but after Shen Tiandao told them about what had happened in the Manor Realm, their impression of Ziqin changed. Obviously, Shen Tiandao wouldn't lie about what he said. Shen Tiandao didn't know that there were people in the outside world investigating, so he didn't hesitate to tell the 4 of them. Fortunately, he knew his limits and didn't mention the fact that Ziqin was able to use domains at will even though he was in the prefectural realm. While Shen Tiandao was lamenting, a gentle voice sounded from afar. I could smell the smell of grilled meat from afar. I was wondering who was enjoying themselves so much. Shen Tiandao was stunned. He slowly turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. When he saw a familiar figure, he immediately laughed out loud. "Listen, all 4 of you listen. I didn't say anything wrong, right? This guy is too kind. When little 4 roasted meat, you could smell the burnt smell from far away, but he actually said that he smelled the fragrance of the meat." Shen Tiandao stood up abruptly and laughed as well. The other 4 also stood up immediately and sized up the team of 6. When the 2 sides met, it was natural for them to exchange greetings. As for the heavy responsibility of roasting the meat, it fell on Wu Xie's shoulders. Speaking of which, after following Ziqin for so long, his skills were pretty good. Along the way, I hardly met any other cultivators. Why did you suddenly come to my place? Tossing a pot of wine to Ziqin, Shen Dao asked. Ziqin took the flagon and said after uncorking it, "Would you believe me if I said that I came here specifically to see you?" "Looking for me? That's impossible." Shen Tiandao was skeptical. "You've already broken through to the next realm, and your combat power is unparalleled. Why are you still looking for me? Could it be that you want to give me an opportunity?" Ziqin smiled and said, "It's really not an opportunity. I just took a fancy to your righteousness, so I came to see you. Shn Tiandao's face turned solemn as he asked, "Righteous and awe-inspiring, you mean, since there were no outsiders present," Ziqin said directly. "I suspect that this place has something to do with the foreign tribes." Shentiandio's face immediately turned cold. "The foreign tribes, it's the foreign tribes again." Ziqin smiled and said, "Then you agree." Shentiandio also joked, "Since leader Ziqin has spoken, Shentiandio will not dare to disobey." This joke caused the expressions of many cultivators in the outside world to change. From this joke, it was obvious that Ziqin was indeed the leader of the group in the Manor Realm. Seeing that Ziqin did not bring anyone else, Shentiandio asked again, "Did you come to see me because you're only missing one person?" "I'm missing a lot of people, so I met you first." Next, I went to look for Fortune Teller, Jin Qingcheng, Dark Mantle, Hidden Mist, and the others. Each name that Ziqin casually mentioned was a person who carried the weight of a faction. Moreover, the fact that he casually mentioned them showed that Ziqin was related to them. Lu Ming had been following Ziqin all this time, and this was the first time he saw Shentiandio, the number one person in Shentiandio, up close. Although the youth in linen clothes looked kind, he still made Lu Ming feel pressured. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Shentiandio asked when they were going to set off. Ziqin slapped his forehead and suddenly said, "I almost forgot to tell you that if you follow me, you will have to return. This may affect your ranking." Shentiandio laughed heartily when he heard this, but he did not reply to Ziqin's smiling face. Instead, he looked at the four people and said, "Do you see that? This is Ziqin. He never misses anything. So how could he forget this? The reason why he only said this now is to let the four of you be mentally prepared." The four people looked at each other. It seemed that this was meant for them to hear. With the 5 people from Shentiandio on the road, the battle strength of this team was simply too strong. Thus, they really ran amok all the way. Soon, they found the number 1 fortune teller. The latter was doing his best to kill exotic beasts. It was obvious that he cared a lot about his ranking. Thus, Ziqin and the others watched from afar, while Shentiandio pointed at fortune teller from time to time. During this time, he couldn't help but make fun of him. For example, Shentiandio shouted from afar, "Hey, fortune teller, you finally calculated that we would come to find you today. Is it because you haven't mastered the Tao of heavenly divination yet?" When these words reached the ears of the cultivators in Destiny City, their expressions immediately became disgusted. Fortune Teller was known as the strongest person in Destiny City. His Tao of heavenly divination was at the top of the entire Shantian prefecture and even the entire Jianwu continent. How could he be made fun of like this? Even if he was Shentiandio, it was still unacceptable. When the cultivators in the city were disgusted, they even said that the relationship between the 2 cities wasn't very good. When the battle was over, Fortune Teller walked over and asked curiously, "Why are you all here?" Man sure laughed. "You're the fortune teller. Why don't you do it?" Fortune Teller smiled wryly. "I have to do that too." "You're the fortune teller," Man sure said. Thus, the cultivators in Destiny City grew even more disgusted. They pointed at Manshur on the screen and shouted, "Watch your tone, you big idiot!" However, no matter how loudly they shouted, the people in the small world couldn't hear them. Fortune Teller naturally wouldn't refuse Ziqin's request. Thus, the group of 5 left with Ziqin just like that. Destiny City was in an uproar. What the hell? Why should they follow that guy? Yeah, it looks like they're the ones in charge. The city was abuzz with chatter. Ziqin then went to the Dark Mantle and found the other factions that had gone through thick and thin with them in the Manor Realm. The fact that Ziqin had come in person was enough to show how serious the situation was. Thus, no one refused. Ziqin also found those he trusted. They were the factions that had sacrificed themselves in the final moments of the Manor Realm. Every cultivator in Huping City was in a state of excitement. Ziqin was the leader of the geniuses in the prefectural world. News of this had spread throughout Huping City. The entire city was proud of this. However, that was just hearsay. It wasn't as shocking as seeing it with their own eyes. On the screen, Ziqin went to meet faction after faction, chatting casually with one expert after another, then leaving with them. These experts didn't hesitate to give up on the city rankings. After all, their true purpose in coming here was to get a city ranking. However, they'd all given up because of Ziqin's words. Huping City was filled with excitement and pride. Meanwhile, in Shantian Prefecture, the cultivators looked at Ziqin in a different light when they saw this scene. Ziqin's popularity alone was destined to be limitless in the future. This little fellow is quite popular. The Shantian Prefecture Lord chuckled. The scholarly middle-aged man beside him said, "Popularity is built on the basis of admiration. If you have the time, you can go and see what the little fellow has done in the manor realm." Speaking of which, the 20 rankings given back then weren't much at all. If it were me, I'd be willing to make an exception and raise it by 50. I'd be willing to take any pressure, no matter what. The Shantian Prefecture Lord asked curiously, "Oh, what exactly did he do?" The scholarly middle-aged man said, "He stopped a calamity that was supposed to happen in the Zhanwu continent in advance." Before the Shantian Prefecture Lord could ask further, Ziqin, who was leading a large group in the small world, was finally rejected. "Why should they go with you?" A dissatisfied voice was heard. Naturally, the voice belonged to Yiming. At that moment, there was probably only one person in the entire Shantian Prefecture who dared to reject Ziqin after seeing such a lineup. Man Shi glared at Yiming and said, "What are you yelling for? We're not here to invite you." Next to him, Wu Xia also said with a smile, "We're here to invite Qingqing. As for you, forget it. We're going to deal with the foreign tribes, and we're looking for the people we trust the most. As for you, forget it. We're afraid that you'll stab us in the back at a critical moment." Yi Ming was exasperated and said angrily, "Wu Xia, make yourself clear. Who's going to stab you in the back?" Wu Xia sneered and said, "Of course you're not going to stab us in the back, but if we encounter danger and you're scared away, won't that affect our morale?" Yi Ming knew what Wu Xia was referring to, and his face turned pale. "I'll go with you." Jin Qingqing nodded without hesitation. "I'll go too." Next to her, a cultivator from the Jin family nodded. "Qingqing, do you know what you're doing?" "Our purpose this time is to get a ranking," Yi Ming said with dissatisfaction. "What's the use of a ranking if we don't get rid of the foreign tribes?" Jin Qingqing said coldly. Then she left the group and walked toward Ziqin. "They already have so many people. Do you think they don't need the two of you?" Wu Xia's voice was heard again. "It's everyone's responsibility to kill the foreign tribes." When the cultivators in Golden Leaf City saw this scene, there were two kinds of voices in the city. One was disdain for Yiming, and the other was admiration for Jin Qingqing. Chapter 1569. Because of Ziqin's appearance, those great forces that were supposed to go straight ahead began to follow Ziqin back. As for those forces that were not invited, they were still slowly going deeper. For a time, their points began to rise. However, the rankings of the top few forces did not change. After refining the two types of energy, Ziqin could vaguely sense the other lightning energy distributed in this small world through the pure lightning energy. As the restrictions on the crystal increased, Ziqin sensed the true function of the lightning energy. It was to stop the entire formation from operating and prevent these forces from going deeper. While refining these two types of energy, Ziqin sensed the spirituality of these two types of energy. He deduced that the masters of the foreign race's energy and lightning energy were still alive. One was stopping the other while the other was fighting. It was clear that this formation had been set up for the outsiders, and for some reason, it had tricked wave after wave of cultivators into coming here to die. Then, it would use the formation to condense pure energy. This was a shocking move. Since the other party dared to absorb so much energy, its strength was naturally incomparably strong. Therefore, he stopped Shu and Tian's group from going forward at the first moment and turned back to the outside world. He destroyed all the restrictions and completely extinguished the foreign race's thoughts. Then he went deeper and had a final battle with existence that might still be recuperating. Zi Qin found the top 10 forces. Every one of them was a powerhouse. After that, they encountered a group of strange beasts. Among them, there were more 6th level than 5th level beasts. There were a lot of them. Man Shi Wu Xie, Dark Mantle. The few of you go and search within 500 miles of this area. Kill strange beasts and find a crystal jade slip. Feeling the lightning energy not far from here, Zi Chun immediately ordered. The few of them nodded and turned to leave. Such a large group of strange beasts was the largest group they had seen so far. For a moment, everyone's eyes became fervent, and the fighting spirit in their eyes soared. There was no need for orders. Next, they charged and killed. Almost all the top forces in the Shantian prefecture had gathered here. As soon as the battle began, it was a one-sided situation. Strange beasts screamed and died one after another. Hundreds of strange beasts against dozens of humans. This battle only lasted for dozens of breaths before it ended. After cleaning up the battlefield, the next thing to do was to wait for them to return. What do we have here? Since they had nothing to do, they sat together and chatted. Following the way of the heavens, they sat down beside Zi Qin. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a 7th-tier big guy. Zi Qin leaned against a broken ancient tree. Can't you handle a 7th-layer one? There are so many mutated beasts here, and they're all counting points. Shantian was very puzzled. One had to know that the total number of points from killing the exotic beasts this time was more than 100,000. Even if they were evenly distributed, each faction would get more than 10,000 points. Most importantly, these exotic beasts could still be dealt with by Zi Chen's group of 5. It was just that it would take a little longer. This was not the trouble that Zi Chen had mentioned earlier. This was clearly an opportunity. If his guess was correct, Zi Chen should have encountered something like this before. In other words, he had also killed a 7th-level exotic beast. Zi Chen shook his head and said, "There's strength in numbers, so we'll be able to move faster. It'll be troublesome if those forces enter the depths because of me." What's in the depths? I'm not sure. Maybe there's a powerful alien healing there. Shu and Tian's expression changed. In the real world, every surviving alien was extremely powerful. Even if they were seriously injured, they could not be underestimated. Can't you sense where the seal is? We have more people. Maybe we can break it by force. Zi Qin shook his head and said, "This seal is extremely clever, not to mention breaking it by force. Even if the twins were here, they might not be able to break it." The twins' attainments and formations could be considered very strong. Because of the competition this time, those who came were all powerhouses who could fight one-on-one. There was not a single formation master. Helpless, everyone could only wait. The battle ended in a few dozen breaths, but the following wait took 2 hours. They returned slowly. Fortunately, they had finally obtained the crystal jade piece. Zi Qin took the jade piece and rushed forward. A ripple of light flashed, and Zi Qin disappeared from everyone's sight. Boom! Suddenly, there was an energy shock in front of them. A ripple visible to the naked eye spread out. Those destroyed ancient trees that had not dissipated were turned into dust and disappeared in the next moment. Everything within a radius of 1,000 meters was destroyed. Zi Chen's figure reappeared. In front of him was a strange beast the size of a small mountain. The strange beast was surging with a powerful aura. The strange beast was of the 7th tier. Behind the strange beast was a huge lake full of sparkling fragments of power. Zichen had long expected such a scene, and he had also brought enough people. Although they were all in the 5th heaven, their battle strength was all top-notch existences. It seemed that among the group, Lu Ming, who had the highest realm, was the weakest. Oh my, the 7th tier! Shen Tian pretended to exaggerate as he looked at the strange beast surging with a powerful aura. In a one-on-one fight, even Zichen would turn and run. But now, it seemed that the strange beast that was running away was the 7th tier. Kill! Zichen shouted and rushed forward. As he rushed forward, a long spear appeared in his hand. The body of the spear had a dragon soul. He attacked the strange beast as one with the spear. Swoosh! Swoosh! Shen Tian and Destiny Teller followed closely behind. The two of them turned into 2 rays of light, one on the left and one on the right. Swoosh! 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 Then more cultivators turned into rays of light and rushed forward. All kinds of attacks appeared in midair, shining with different colors. It was gorgeous and spectacular. Looking at the dense and powerful attacks, the 7th tier strange beast sensed danger. A hint of fear appeared in its eyes. Uft! Zichen's attack arrived first, breaking through the strange beast's defense. Uft! Uft! Shen Tian and Destiny Teller arrived in an instant, leaving 2 bloody holes on the strange beast's body. Buffed! Buffed! Then other people's attacks arrived. In an instant, dozens of bloody holes appeared on the strange beast's body. Inside the bloody holes, a terrifying power raged, destroying the strange beast's vitality. The mountain-like body of the 7th level exotic beast fell straight to the ground. It was dozens of powerful cultivators. In just one attack, they had killed a powerful 7th level mutated beast. 2 balls of power appeared again, heading toward Zichen. This time, Zichen had experience. A long saber appeared in his hand. The saber turned into dozens of rays of light, directly dispersing the spirituality in the balls of power. Then he opened his domain world and took away the power. After taking away the 2 kinds of power, Zichen stood in the distance, pointed at the power fragments in front of him, and said, "These things won't be distributed. Everyone refine them according to their own abilities." Except for Lu Ming, the others immediately flashed forward. These power fragments were very useful to them. If they were a little more reserved, there wouldn't be even a little bit left. After dozens of people entered the lake to refine the power fragments, one could see with the naked eye that the power fragments were decreasing. Zichen also took this opportunity to refine the 2 kinds of power. After the group finished refining the power fragments, Zichen led them to the next place. There were also many strange beasts guarding that place. Thus, another great battle broke out. Just like the previous battle, everything began to repeat. The 10 forces that left with Zichen not only did not fall behind, but also increased at the fastest speed. The only thing worth mentioning was that only 2 people from Golden Leaf City came. Although their combat strength was not weak, they could not compare to the killing speed of the 5 people. As a result, Golden Leaf City's ranking was pushed down to the 5th place. When the cultivators of Golden Leaf City saw this, they cursed Yi Ming. Being the target of everyone's anger, Yi Ming did not stay idle. Killing the strange beasts one by one was too slow, so he turned his attention to the other forces. Zichen took away almost all the top powerhouses. Although the remaining ones were not weak, if they encountered them, Yi Ming and the other 2 still had an absolute chance of winning in a 3-against-5 situation. However, how many points could they get by expelling a force? They could only get 1/10 of the other party's points, which was not as fast as killing the strange beasts. For a moment, curses rose again. This time, Yi Ming had really lost the hearts of the people. The Jin family was even more ashamed of Yi Ming's behavior. In private, the Jin family was also extremely proud because they had rejected Yi Ming's marriage proposal back then. In this small world, there were many places with 7th-level strange beasts. Fortunately, Zi Chan brought a lot of people and was fast. They could sweep through a place almost every day. Everyone could refine a power fragment the size of a lake every day, and their strength was also increasing at the fastest speed. Almost every day, there would be a cultivator breaking through. On the second day, Zi Chan broke through again and stepped into the mid-stage of 5th level. On the 5th day, Shantian Dao stepped into the late stage of 5th level. Destiny Teller and the others also broke through to the late stage of 5th level one after another. In the depths, the two existences would feel a dissipating power every day. For some reason, the foreign tribesmen, who were originally proud, suddenly had a bad feeling in their hearts. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Zi Chen led the group and killed nearly 47th level strange beasts. The total number of points they obtained was close to 10 million. The first place was Shantian City, which had worked hard during this period. Shantian Dao had finally caught up. After that was the ranking of the cities. However, Golden Leaf City's ranking fell to 11th place. The 10th place was Zi Chen's Hu Pingqing, while the 12th place was Lu Guangqing, Lu Ming, who had been following Zi Chen and the others but had never refined a single power fragment. While Zi Chen and the others were working hard, Yu Ming was not idle either. During this period, he successfully expelled nearly 20 forces. His realm had also increased during the expulsion and reached the late stage of 5th level domain. As for Zi Chen's team, all of them, including Zi Chen, had broken through to the 6th stage domain within these 2 months. This speed of breakthrough had also broken their previous record. After getting rid of all the forces that they could sense, Zi Chan led the group and went straight into the depths. Chapter 1570. To be able to break through a major level in just 2 months, everyone relied on the massive amount of power fragments and the restriction after breaking through. Zi Qin, who had the perfect world, was able to break through so quickly. He relied on the 2 types of power that were constantly fighting each other. That was the life force energy condensed by 2 powerhouses. It was very rich and powerful. Everyone broke through one after another. Coincidentally, Zi Chen had also cleared all the power that he could sense. In the outside world, everyone was envious when they saw the people who were leveling up like a rocket. In fact, the others who came to this small world had only broken through a major level from the beginning to the end. It was still acceptable. However, Zi Chan had broken through 2 major levels, directly going from level 4 to level 6. After breaking through, under Zi Chen's lead, the large group of dozens of people began to go deeper. As they went deeper, they would encounter some cultivators from other forces. Seeing such a large group, these cultivators were undoubtedly shocked and retreated far away. Along the way, they would continue to kill mutated beasts. As they went deeper, the group met Yu Ming and the other 2 again. At this moment, the 3 of them were fighting against a force with 3 against 5. Speaking of which, as the number of mutated beasts in this small world decreased, the number of internal battles broke out increased. "Stop him!" Zichen glanced at Yi Ming in the distance and said coldly. Man sure stepped forward. A powerful aura surged around his body as he blocked Yi Ming and the other 2. As the energy shook, Man Sure did not take a step back. "Man Sure, it's you." Seeing Man Sure, Yi Ming's face was immediately filled with anger. However, after sensing Man Sure's level, his expression could not help but change. "You've broken through to level 6. After stopping the 3 of them, Man Sure ignored Yi Ming's shock. He pointed at his nose and scolded. "Yi Ming, can't you King accumulate some virtue? Look at the situation now, and you're still *King killing each other. You, being pointed at his nose and scolded like this, Yiming's face immediately turned cold. Get lost. With a loud shout, a powerful aura surged around Manshur. He lifted his leg and kicked at Yiming. There was a difference of a major level between them. Coupled with the close distance, how could Yiming dodge? He was sent flying with a single kick. The faces of the other 2 Yi clan members who were also at the 5th level changed drastically. Following the sound of footsteps behind them, Ziqin and the others walked over. Looking at the group of people who appeared behind them, the 2 men didn't dare to move. Manshur, how dare you guys attack me? I'm telling you that you're done for. And so is Huping City, Yiming said at the top of his lungs. Being sent flying with a kick in front of so many people was a huge loss of face for him. He crawled up from the ground and stared coldly at Ziqin. But in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Through his spiritual senses, he discovered that these people were all at the 6th level. One had to know that when they left, their cultivation levels were only at the 5th level. But after only 2 months, all of them had actually stepped into the 6th level. Yiming, who was initially proud of breaking through a small level, was completely dumbstruck at the moment. What did you guys do? How did your cultivation level increase? The shocked Yiming could not help but ask. Ziqin glanced at Yiming and looked ahead. There were 4 people left in the team of 5, but one of them had already been sent away. Ziqin, save us. Yiming is out of his mind. He's been attacking organizations like ours recently. I heard that he's already chased away more than 20 organizations. There was an acquaintance among the 4 of them. He had followed Ziqin to the territorial realm back then. The latter could not help but beg when he saw Ziqin chased away more than 20 organizations. Ziqin frowned when he heard that. They had not been idle during this period. They had been rushing for time and dared not slack off at all during this period. It seemed like Yiming had not been idle either. He had chased away more than 20 organizations within the past 2 months. That scumbag, Manshur said while clenching his teeth. The rules don't allow a fight to the death. We only chased them away and didn't kill them, a Yi clan cultivator said righteously. Ziqin smiled faintly when he heard that and said, Indeed, that's the rule. Manshur, send the 3 of them away. There's no need for that. I can do it myself. Ziqin, don't you dare touch me. Yiming, who was waving his hand, snapped back to his senses. He frowned and glared coldly at Ziqin. The other 2's expressions changed as well. Manshur charged forward as a powerful energy surged. He had no problem fighting 3 people on a high cultivation level. As for Yiming's spiritual telekinesis attack, it was easily neutralized by Dongqing, who was on a high cultivation level. Yiming's furious roar still echoed in heaven and earth, but the 3 of them had already disappeared. The other 4 immediately went up to thank him. There aren't any more points around here. You guys should go deeper. There should be a lot of rewards when you get deeper, Ziqin suggested. The other party nodded, indicating that they were about to go deeper. Unexpectedly, they bumped into Yiming. Yiming was patient. They had been fighting for a few days. Chasing Yiming away was just a small interlude. Ziqin and the others continued to go deeper. As they went deeper, they would also encounter some mutated beasts. After killing these beasts, they no longer obtained crystals that could be pieced together. Obviously, the restrictions here had been completely removed by Ziqin. In the depths, the group encountered a large number of mutated beasts. They were all at the 5th or 6th heaven. Mutated beasts of this level posed no threat to them at all. The group moved forward in a straight line. Everywhere they passed, the ground was littered with beast corpses. The other forces had also gone deeper. They began to attack these mutated beasts from other directions. Roar! A deafening roar rang out. A huge creature appeared at the end of their line of sight. It was a seventh heaven mutated beast. After this mutated beast appeared, it charged toward the nearby cultivators. These cultivators' expressions changed drastically as they turned around and fled. Some of them were too slow and decisively teleported away by force. Without needing Zi Chen's instructions, Obedient Wei rushed in the direction of the seventh heaven mutated beast. As a sixth heaven cultivator, it was no problem for him to deal with a seventh heaven mutated beast. At the same time, in another direction, another roar rang out. This time, another seventh heaven mutated beast appeared. Destiny Teller smiled faintly and moved forward in a flash. As a sixth heaven cultivator, they could already fight a seventh heaven mutated beast above their level. A few of them went to deal with the other seventh heaven mutated beasts that appeared. Zi Chen led the group in a straight line, wanting to reach the end of this place. Roar! A light flashed. A seventh heaven mutated beast appeared in front of Zi Chen. It seemed to have fallen from the sky. Its appearance was very sudden and without warning. Moreover, as soon as it appeared, it waved a huge claw and slammed it toward Zi Chen's head. The void shook. This attack contained great power. Zi Chen glanced at the seventh heaven mutated beast. Lightning surged around his body. Facing this attack, he did not dodge. He stood in place. Behind him, the void instantly broke open. A lightning fist like a meteor appeared and directly hit the beast between its eyebrows. Boom! With a loud tremor, the beast's eyebrows were directly penetrated. Its huge body collapsed. Its powerful attack dissipated before it could reach Zi Chen. Zi Chen, who was about to flash away, was slightly stunned. He looked at the dead beast's body again. Using 2 fingers as a sword, he slashed forward. A sword aura broke open the beast's eyebrows, and a diamond-shaped crystal fell out. This was a larger diamond-shaped crystal. After Zi Chen picked it up, he found some patterns inside. He looked very surprised. Then Shantian Dao, Destiny Teller, and the others came one after another. They also had the same crystal in their hands. Could it be that 5 pieces were combined into one again? Just as they were guessing, more cultivators came back. Each of them had a diamond-shaped fragment in their hands. There were more than 5 fragments in total. During this time, some seventh heaven mutated beasts appeared. After these mutated beasts were killed, there would be a diamond-shaped fragment in their bodies. Forget it. Let's kill our way into the depths first. Zi Chen put away the diamond-shaped fragment and motioned for everyone to follow. He rushed forward in a straight line again. In the process of rushing forward, there were splashes of light falling from the sky. Every time a beam of light fell, it would turn into a seventh heaven mutated beast. There were many seventh heaven mutated beasts here. Fortunately, Zi Chen and the others had all broken through. Almost everyone was able to fight a seventh heaven mutated beast. Although they did not dare to say that they could kill it with a single blow, there was no problem at all. The seventh heaven mutated beasts fell one after another. Zi Chen and the others kept rushing forward, while the others behind them fought the sixth heaven mutated beasts. Finally, they reached the depths. This place was like the end of the world. It was a large open area, and there was nothing else here. The seventh heaven mutated beasts did not appear here. Count the numbers and bring all the diamond-shaped crystals. Zi Chen looked at the open space in front of him. If he guessed correctly, there was one last restriction left in this small world, and it was obvious that this was the place where the mutated beasts secluded themselves. All the diamond-shaped crystals were collected quickly. There were a total of 81 pieces. Piece them together. Each crystal had a different pattern in it. This was very similar to the 5 pieces that were pieced together. However, this time they had to piece all 81 pieces together. The order in which they were pieced together had to correspond to the pattern in it. Dongqing and Shangguanhong walked out. The two of them began to use their spiritual senses to investigate each pattern in it. Then they pieced it together using these patterns. The patterns in the crystals were a little complicated. The two of them spent a lot of effort and finally pieced the crystals together. The pieced-together crystal formed a huge circle. All the patterns in this circle lit up, releasing a strong light as it slowly floated toward the sky. The entire small world was illuminated by the pieced-together crystal. Everyone raised their heads and followed the movement of the crystal. The crystal slowly rose and floated in the sky. The next moment, an even more dazzling light erupted from the crystal. Then there was an explosion between heaven and earth. The crystal exploded in the sky like fireworks. Energy ripples visible to the naked eye spread in all directions with exploded crystal as the center. A real world appeared as the ripples spread. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.